Alright guys, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I know it's been a while, but it's good to be back. Sorry, I got a little bit of a runny nose today too, so hopefully it's not too bad throughout the stream today. But I do apologize if I get the sniffles a little bit. But yeah, we're playing as sorry, I'm just getting a few things good to go here. Playing as Kairos. We're gonna give Darth Sidious and the dark side a run for their money a little bit here with our scheming and unlimited power. Yeah, I've played a. If I go back and show you, I'm trying out the why can't I think of it? The ogres. Just seeing if I kind of like that faction or not. But I played a campaign of my own in my own time. Just kind of really got myself to give Tzeentch a go, and I really like it. So yeah, I was like, I haven't streamed in a while. I haven't played Warhammer 3 a lot lately. I know it's still not everyone's favorite thing at the moment, but I'm really having fun, so I hope you guys have fun with it. Playing on hard difficulty, because again, that's what I enjoy on, and we're just gonna jump on in. He does have a very tricky start if you guys haven't played as Tzeentch yet, or Kairos, I should say. It is gotta have a really good start with him, or else it's a very rough going. And if you guys are staying up to date with the Lord of the Rings mod that I'm beta testing, I came out with another video just shortly before the live stream for Isengard and their unit roster. I don't have a campaign guide done for them yet. Excuse me, sorry, got some burps. The new patch that just came out like 2 days ago, or 2 or 3 days ago, I guess. They completely redid like the diplomacy, and so I haven't had a chance to actually test the new diplomacy on how it affects Isengard, because I played them before the patch and I was getting betrayed all the time, and it just wasn't really enjoyable. And so I waited until this patch came out to redo campaigns and see how fun they are, I guess, and how the new diplomacy works. And then so far, it's working really well. I'm about 40 turns into a Elven campaign, and it's going really well. So I will be testing Isengard out sometime soon. Again. Alright, we'll leave that building there, and we'll put in growth. Tzeentch can make, or Kairos, they can make quite a bit of money between the library buildings, and then their Web of Secrets, their economy building, but then the resources that Cathay has, even though it's like red or yellow territory, their resources provide grimoires. I think it's up to 3 every turn, but then you can put down an province edict that increases it by 50%, and then the resources also increase their income in the province. And then there is another like small building. You can't build it in capitals, but in excuse me, but you can get the local province here 30%, and then in the individual like smaller settlements you can also increase the income that way. So you can get like 60 to 70% increase on the Weave of Time building here. Plus later on you'll be manipulating a lot of the Winds of Magic, so you'll constantly be getting the when the Winds of Magic is strong or higher, income generation as well. So these can make like 300 to 400 a pop every turn. So it's really good, a really good way to make some income. Hey Oliver, welcome to the stream. All right, the tech tree it's not bad, but we're going to the where are they? The Storm of Fire and then the Bolt of Change are really good. I really like using those. But first we're going to go down to Halt Faction. I believe. Yeah. Some of these other ones are good, but they're not as... The Halt Faction I just like going for first just because you really do have to have a really strong start to this initial campaign, and if you don't, getting to Halt Faction can really save your bacon. Hopefully the plan is to take out Miao Ying by turn 15. I've done it by like turn 8, and then in the other campaign I did it on turn 14. But basically the Halt Faction you can get, I think, by turn 16. Yeah, it takes 16 turns to get there. So on turn 17, if you're just having a really rough go, you can delay them for a little bit and just kind of give you time to recruit something or replenish or something. Kind of can save you that way. Hey, Morn, hey, Anon, welcome, guys. Too bad the last patch killed Warhammer 3 for me. I can't get past turn 59. It crashes to the desktop in all 3 of my campaigns. They are new post-patch games, too. I've noticed, so I haven't had it crash on me, but when I hit, like, turn 70, it started getting super laggy. Like, on the battles were fine, which was kind of weird, because I would expect the battles to be worse. But the campaign map after turn 70 for me is like super. It's almost like 20 FPS. Like it's just barely moving across the map. It's like fidgety and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I have noticed that as well, Anon. Yeah, I haven't streamed in a while. I've been putting. Even with work, I've been putting like 20-ish hours per week into the Lord of the Rings mod I'm testing, which I know really isn't a lot considering that, there's 7 days a week. It's really not that much. But a lot of the time I'm putting those hours in within like a 2 or 3 day span because work's kind of been busy. And so... like Tuesdays and on the weekends, like last weekend, it's why I didn't stream because I literally played, I think like 11 hours into the mod that day. But alright, let's jump into this battle. Hope you guys enjoyed the thumbnail. Kairos is really fun. I know it can get really boring. Just seeing the same battle over and over. I don't know, because I didn't play Tzeentch. I didn't play Kairos before the patches, really. I tried playing him in my own time, and I just could never really get a good campaign going with him. So I don't know if it came into effect after they did like the technology update. But the iridescent horrors are really good because Kairos has the ability to give them mastery of the winds. But then it used to be, I believe, the pink horrors used to get the arcane mirth ability, which gave them like a 20% arcane conduit. But now in the tech tree, it's blue horrors as well. So in my campaign, I'm playing in my own time. It's like turn 80, and I know I only play on hard difficulty, but I still am running a blue horror army with Kairos because, like, over here in the Winds of Magic, I have like 16 arcane mirrors, so that's 8 arcane conduits plus 3 iridescent horrors, so that's 11 plus Kairos' greater arcane conduit. Not to mention, when he's actually casting spells. So, I mean, since he has you know, unlimited power as Tzeentch. I mean, once he gets, I've noticed like once he gets past level, it's around level 20. After he hits level 20, I mean, it's just game over. Like, if you get him to level 20, it's like a giant sigh of relief, because he gets so powerful. But I hope to showcase it. I plan on streaming for quite a bit, so I hope you guys are able to stick around and check it out. I keep forgetting it is Sunday and not Saturday. We want to use our first few on the missile units. With the fire, I've noticed you want to like put it back a little bit, because it'll do more damage if you put it back a little bit, just because of how it's set up. Also, Anna says, yeah, I did that for me to pre-patch the start of the turn. It gets really laggy around turn 70. I can't even get to that point anymore. Chat says, hello man, how are you? Nice to see you stream. Yeah, it's good to see you too. I was kind of worried that I've taken a break from streaming so long. I was kind of afraid not too many people were going to show up, but it's good to see everyone. Morn, are you going to drag Wyvern, I'm assuming, out of his hungover state today and make his ass stream? Also, one thing I discovered, which I imagine some people will have known this if they played Tzeentch, but to my knowledge, Kairos, you know, in future Tzeentch legendary lords, but just like Tzeentch factions in general, they are the only faction in the entire game that actually have a trait worth farming. When I unlocked the cultist and then the iridescent horrors, I was like, oh, you know, like, what can these guys do? You know, is it worth really getting, you know, a decent amount of them? But the iridescent horrors, what are you doing? The iridescent horrors have a trait called Keymaster, which provides a 10% barrier replenishment for the whole army. And I mean, I've gotten lucky with a few items in that campaign, but I have Kairos up to like 45% ward save in that campaign, plus his ability, so it gets him up to like 80%. Plus I have 3 Keymasters, and then he also provides, he has some abilities in his tech tree, I can't remember the exact percentage, but they also increase his barrier replenishment. So his barrier, especially at rank 50 that I'm at in that campaign, unless I just literally sit him and let like 10 missile units shoot at him, he never loses his barrier. It is insane how fast it regenerates, and it's really cool. It's a refreshing change, because I was actually in Legends. This is still bugged, but you know, whatever. Stream earlier today, and people are talking about, you know, they can't wait for Warhammer 2 races, you know, to get in for it to be fun again. And I was like, really, like, for me anyway, what makes a lot of Warhammer 2 races fun are their traits. And if they're trying to keep, you know, those races, you know, kind of, if they want to do, or if they plan on doing what they did to the Warhammer 3 races, Knowledgeable has already been nerfed into oblivion. Cunning has been nerfed a little bit as well. Shoot, why can I think of? Confident has been nerfed, but like all the other ones, you know, that people really enjoy, I would imagine they're gonna get nerfed as well. And so like I'm afraid that, you know, even when Immortal Empires comes out, you know, everyone's gonna be like, oh, thank God, I can get this person with this trait in this faction. And then, you know, they get there, they get that hero or that lord, and then that trait is just absolutely worthless. because they just made it pointless to get. So I hope they don't do that to Keymaster, because Keymaster is really fun. Gets an item that gives passive win gain, so you can get 100%, 100 wins all the time. Yeah. Like even not as oh shoot, I need to use him to snipe the Lord. Even like other lords can become super powerful. Kairos is obviously, I mean, the best one, but even like regular lords can be very, very powerful. Alright, we want to kill as many of them as possible. Let Kairos kill them so he can get the most leadership. It says, is he going to stream? I should for it. I don't know. I know work's been really busy for him, so he hasn't streamed much. But I always give him a hard time because, you know, during the week, I kind of, you know, since I don't stream a lot during the week, if ever, you know, but I'll like play in my own time, right? That should be good. Here we go. I'll play in my own time, but like I always have like a Wyvern stream to kind of listen to and to shoot the shit with people, or shoot the shit with people during his streams. But he hasn't like streamed at all this week, and so I'm like, what the fuck, man? And then yesterday it was the UFC fights, and he was talking. He in his Discord, he's talking about how he's had a few drinks and was feeling pretty good. So I imagine he's moving a little slow today. And while I have it in my mind, thank you all who have watched my Banner of Change. This is pretty shitty. I got one in my other campaign. It's pretty useless. Take the Winds of Magic. We want to have as many Winds of Magic going into fighting them. Alright. Alright, Lothar should move after this. And we want 2 of these bad boys. Where is... I know it's in here. Yeah, right here. Wait, the greater locus of change. So 20% power recharge out of melee, which, you know, even if they do get caught up in melee, your recharge later down the road will be really, really good. But most of the time they're going to be out, so you're going to have, you know, a ton of small arcane conduits constantly going. It's really just cool to see, like, constantly your Winds of Magic is going to be like less than 1 second. It's going to be regenerating so fast. Alright. Do I want to... I also want to make sure I get an alliance with the Kurgan Warband. That's kind of what the blue horrors are for. Put them in front of the pink horrors. They can get a few shots off and then are can't fodder, right? So I've watched Legend's video of the stream he did a while ago. The problem I've seen, so like I've waited in my last campaign I waited to give the Sartorial's Watchers the Mines of Nan Yang until they build up a little bit of a force, because if you give that to them right away, they basically lose it right away, but then try to reclaim it, and they're not strong enough to beat Miao Ying, and so they just get wiped out really quickly. And so I kind of use it as like a fail-safe. So this is pretty well defended now, so for some reason they get wiped out, or they lose their army, you then give them the settlement. That way it gives them 2 instead of the 1. Fun fact, Satoria's advisor's bird in game 1 and 2. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. I wonder if they'll bring him into the game Hey, welcome everyone who's joining in. It's good to have you here. Hey, Dame. Welcome, guys. Welcome. You guys haven't missed much. Just got done through the first fight. And yeah, it's all we can do for now. We'll wait a few turns and we'll go into some random wars just to get some extra money. I have had the bloody sword come all the way from here and try and attack me over here, but it'll be worth it to get some extra cash. Hey, thank you, Legend, for the raid. Thank you guys for coming here. Hope you guys are hopefully ready for some Warhammer 3. Alright, let's move on. Hope everyone's weekend is going well. Alright, that's fine. I do play with 2 mods. I will say, one, it's super basic. It's just a 1-button respec mod, and I've explained why in the past. But there's also one called the Legend Lore, and the only reason I do use it is because I basically know nothing when it comes to lore. And so literally, like, you recruit a unit, you capture a certain city, you recruit a hero. I don't know why this always pops up. And it just pulls down, like you saw there. It just pulls down a little blurb about, you know, the unit or the legendary lord or whatever it may be. It just gives you a little information about it. All right. Thank you, Johnny Motorboat, for the subscription. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's.
I'll hear you out, but know that you stink of fear.
Okay.
We'll use that when we negotiate.
That's fine. Oh, one thing we need to do. Since we're demons, we're gonna automatically go to war with people. So, who are... We haven't met them yet. Okay. Let's actually do it now. Ooh, it went up by a lot. Okay, maybe we should have done it last turn. Okay, we can give it to them. They'll meet Miao Ying, and then we can bribe, or they can pay us to go to war with her. Because they will automatically, yep, be at war with them. Look at that. Good. That'll help our income for a little bit. William says, "What's good, bro? What's good, bro? I'm here from Livestream. Oh, it's good. I've finally given Kairos kind of a go. I started a campaign in my own time, and so I haven't streamed in a while, and so I thought I'd give it a go and see how it turns out. But yeah, we're just gonna attack these guys. I don't think. Excuse me. Yeah, we need to take this. And then as soon as we can do some form of diplomacy with the Kurgan warband, we need to get that relationship going up. Because I have forgotten about it. I remember in my very first attempt with Kairos, I didn't really understand what the Kurgan warband was really doing, and so I just attacked them. I was like, oh, you know, easy farming for levels up and whatnot. And then it was just a pain in my ass the entire time. Plus, in the campaign I have going in my own time, the more I've learned kind of like what happens in Warhammer 2 with Ikit Claw and the Beastmen. If you get really good relations with the Kurgan warband, they get wiped out and they come back. They will like they respawn. They will immediately like do diplomacy with you and want like a non-aggression pact or like an alliance, and they'll pay you like I think it's right around like 1,100 gold every single time they come back just because you have high relations, they want to be your friend, that kind of thing. So it's just a really good way, really good and easy way to get some easy money out of them, as well as not being at war with them. Let's deploy over here. Giovanni says, what difficulty do you play with? I just do hard and hard. I've played Legendary before. This was back on Warhammer 2. I played Legendary and very hard with Warhammer 2. And I could handle it. It wasn't that I was like overwhelmed by it in terms of like, oh, this is just way too hard. What got me was I got bored. So I love in Warhammer 2 like the initial starts of campaigns, right? But when I would get to like turn 70 and then I would go up against like the Greenskins or the Dwarves or the Empire that have like 20 settlements and then 40 armies, I didn't want to have to fight 8 battles a single turn just because of the difficulty that they were just spamming out troops. Like for me, that wasn't fun, and it was actually ruining my fun for the game. And so I just dialed it down a little bit just so it wasn't as unrealistic, for the AI to have 1 settlement and 10 armies, if they're Skaven, that kind of thing. It was more just a fun factor because it is a game and I want to have fun with it. Because I've got about 2,000 hours into Warhammer 2. And I didn't want to burn myself out of it, so that's why I adjusted the difficulties. Alright, let's go over there, charge you, swing you there, and move these guys up. Alright. And just keep cycle charging these guys, because they still have a really good charge bonus against towers. I don't know why I didn't apply there. Which, I know, it may... I mean, for some people, difficulty does matter, and I don't blame you. It's, I totally understand if that is off-putting to some people playing on lower difficulties. But for me, I just want to have fun with it, and the harder difficulties were just not fun for me. Even starting like new campaigns, I really love starting new campaigns on higher difficulties, and then coming back to it the next day for the next stream. I was like, fuck this. I'm not having fun. And typically, I mean, if you probably have noticed, these guys are derping out really bad. Even legend streams, like the first campaign of something, right, is in terms of views does really, really well. And like I'm a very small streamer, so my first stream of a new campaign in Warhammer 2 would do well. But then my second one, like I wasn't looking forward to it because I knew we were getting to the point where it was going to get super tedious, super grindy, the same battle, 2 or 3 times at least a turn. And it wasn't because the AI was doing something smart, it was just because they had those cheats. And so I was losing motivation. I was like, I really don't want to play this campaign anymore. I was having people drop off, and so I was constantly restarting campaigns. I was doing like, it was just a bunch of like 1-part series because I was never finishing any campaigns. And I didn't want to do that. So, yeah. Williams, no, so it's fair enough. One says, I completely agree with you. Warhammer 2 is ridiculous on Legendary. However, I play a lot of Total War on Legendary. I have like 5k hours in Shogun 2, and I would always play that on Legendary. Neil says, I only got like 600 hours, but play on hard at best for the same reasons. Warhammer 2 Legendary is much harder. Anon says, not everyone has Legends patience to cheese the sieges. The dude who played the dwarves and used the damage rune for 3 hours straight, so he doesn't take damage. Right, and like I've done the exact same thing, even playing on hard and hard on what can I think now? Warhammer 2, like with the dwarves. just because early on you really don't have. Early on, most dwarven like factions you can play as don't have the means to really take on a siege. Like they'll have like 1 or 2 artillery pieces, maybe, but that's it. And so one way to get around that is, you know, to play on triple speed and just use rune magic. But yes, it does obviously take forever for that to actually be completed. So let's turn these guys on guard mode so they don't chase any units. I want to use the pink fire of Tzeentch on the Chaos Marauders because they basically have no armor. But it's fun because it gives the AI some cheats, you know, campaign and battle difficulty wise, but it's not outrageous where it just completely, you know, it just doesn't make sense. You know, like I totally get that people, you know, on certain difficulties, you know, on certain difficulties it's just too easy and that's boring. But I also want it to make sense a little bit. Like I don't want the AI to be spamming 10 armies when they have 1 settlement just because it's the difficulty. Like I have to earn it. I want the AI to have to earn it a little bit too. But you know, to his or her own, you know, the good thing is it is a video game, so not everyone is going to play, you know, the same way, and that's fine. It's as long as you know you're having fun with it, that's all that should matter. Good. Oh, I can't wait till he gets leveled up and we get some heroes in there too. That way we have some. We'll get. In my other campaign, I have like 175% intensity, and so even like the blue fire of Tzeentch is doing like 1700 damage a pop to units. It's really fun. Right. Get you out of wherever you're getting shot. You need to get away from it. Good. That's fine. Alright, you... Oh, shit. You're gonna be caught in melee here soon. Just run through him. You're big enough. Just run through him. But yeah, it was just... I mean, you can pause and interact with chat. You know, for me, the big thing was just having fun. Because, you know, starting out... The reason why I did do legendary and stuff to begin with, it was because, I mean, I could handle it, right? And I was like, oh, it's not that bad. I can handle this. And then being a new streamer, I was like, well, you know, no one's going to want to watch my streams if I don't play on the harder difficulty. So it's kind of like forcing myself to just, what the hell are you doing? To just do it, you know, basically quit being a baby and just play on the difficulty. You know, you'll be fine. You can handle it. But then I was just getting burnt out, and I was like, screw this. It just wasn't worth it. Alright, you guys scoot up. Plus, like, even with how many hours I do have in Warhammer 2, my micro still isn't outstanding, and so playing on the lower difficulties helps me, you know, work on my micro a little bit, so that when I do have to pause the game, I'm pausing it because, you know, I'm interacting with the chat, not because I need to pause so I can, you know, move a unit around or something like that. Alright, you just come down here so you regenerate your barrier a little bit. Yep, just keep firing. I sure it gets to be bad on normal difficulty. Yeah. I mean, I flirted when I kind of had like the fuck this moment in terms of like difficulties and what I wanted to play on, that kind of stuff. I flirted with a lot of stuff. I knew I wasn't going to play on easy. But I mean, I did very hard in normal. I did normal. You know, I went through it all just to find out where was I gonna have the most enjoyment. And for the most part, like, plus to it, playing on normal, in my opinion, like, especially if someone's new to the game, playing on normal is, I think, the smart choice to make. Or even if you have like, say, 1,500 hours into Warhammer 2 or Warhammer 3 or whatever it may be, but you want to improve on your micro, like, you know, on the lower difficulties, you know, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be able to handle the difficulty, but you just want to get better on your micro abilities. That way, when you get back into, you know, the higher difficulty of whatever campaign you're playing, you can just micromanage better. And, you know, one way to do that is just play on a lower difficulty and give yourself the opportunity to get better. I mean, like anything, whether it's a sport or a video game, the more time and practice you put into it, the better you'll be. Alright, get over here. It's the only problem with Blue Horrors is they have so many entities on the higher unit scales. They just get really stuck in terms of, like, settlements. You shouldn't be, like, come on, what are we... Don't know why. Oh, such a good ability, am I right? So good. So freaking good. Which I don't want them to get wiped out, because I do want another one. Alright, I want 2. For the next big battle, we're going to need 2 of them. So... William says, I'm going to go to Baker's Pizza with my buddy. Thanks for showing me how to play this section. I'll see ya. Hey, thanks, William, for stopping by. Alright. Good. Alright, you... I don't think summon units can capture points yet. Which, that'd be a little overpowered if they could, but still. Alright, you... just charge into him. Yep, okay. Come attack him then. I think that's the armor losses finally. Yep, good. So, the good thing is we'll be able to replenish this over the end turn, because we'll have one turn in the settlement, and then we'll have another turn before we can attack the next settlement, which should give them plenty of time to heal the Chaos Furies, as well as give Kairos some healing. But damn, almost 20... Yeah, he'll get over 20,000 damage already. Anon says, how do you plan to build up Kairos' army for the endgame? Pink Horror spam works for most of the game, but dies in the final battle. Soul Grinder spam from the one stream I saw. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten to that point. Oddly enough, I have yet in any campaign to even get Be'lakor. I have not done the final battle. So, yeah, I don't know yet. Mainly because, like, you can make, like I talked about earlier, you can make pink horrors or even exalted pink horrors really freaking strong. Because all of them can get the passive, like, small arcane conduit ability. And you want as many conduits as possible so you're casting more magic, especially with the unlimited magic ability. So I don't know. Maybe, I mean, you could do soul grinders obviously and make it life easy. But I would think you could do like Forsaken and Pink Horrors combination. But yeah, I don't know at this point. Because, like, even, for example, I know it's, you know, in terms of a balanced army, but, like, I for my Slaanesh campaign I did a month or so ago. Now I think I did Demonettes with, I think it's Hells or Heartseekers. Even on hard and hard difficulties, man, the Heartseekers do a ton of damage. So this is like the legend lore I was talking you guys about. It's just, it literally does nothing to the game other than just add a description of a unit when it becomes available. So it'll give you kind of like where they came from, you know, what they can become, and just kind of a background about them. So I only have it in there literally because I know nothing about most lores when it comes to Warhammer. So it's just an educational thing for me. Damn, I was hoping he's going to be a Keymaster. Which one is your favorite faction in all the Warhammer games? Speed up. That's a tricky one. Who would I have to say?
Of the Destiny Scroll.
Do that and that. Probably Skaven right now. I really like Slaanesh, especially after the patch where you can vassalize other major factions. I did that in my last campaign, and I vassalized Katerin, Zarina, when she had like 50 settlements. And I mean, the vassal income is vassal income, you know, whatever, but it gave me like an additional like $5,000 per turn from vassalage. Alright, now we can get rid of that. But I would probably say Skaven, just because you can do a lot with them. Okay, now so one thing I like to do actually is we'll recruit a lord and then do the grimoire thing next turn. Because as long as you start it, it doesn't like go away once you capture the settlement. Let's do blue horrors first. Money will be a little tight, but we'll be okay. I'll say that those armies in Slaanesh's realm hard counter pink horror span. They're so fast your demons can't get more than 1 or 2 shots off before they get into melee. Yeah, I haven't even gone into any realm as Kairos yet. Like, I just completely ignored it in my other campaign and just focused on the campaign map. But yeah, it also does like a fall of certain cities and whatnot. Like it's really cool. It gives it really good descriptive detail about you know, certain events and whatnot in the lore. But yeah, so you'll see. I'll bring him over here. Boom. Doesn't cost you anything other than, you know, a little bit extra income. Plus you can support him if they come in here. We'll be in the red for 1 turn, but it'll be okay. Alright. Ooh, it actually wouldn't be a bad time.
You address a slave and sorcerer.
Yeah, the next time we'll give him a settlement.
What request would you make?
Alright, we'll go to war with them for some money.
I will not cleave you in two until the blood requested.
So the thing I've noticed too is whoever you go at war with, they basically just ignore them after that. So it's really just about finding the faction that they'll pay the most for. And money is very tight early on.
The plague by you distracts me from my research.
We'll take it. Alright.
That will incur my wrath.
This is can be a very difficult battle. So yeah, we'll almost be at full health. Okay. What I'm hoping too is that a rebellion will pop up here, and with some luck, Miao Ying won't be up here, and so we'll be able to fight a rebellion and take the settlement just to get some more experience for Kairos. But it's kind of lucky on whether or not the Kurgan warband either blows them up or leaves them alone. It kind of just depends. Flip of a coin, really. But we'll move on. To expand on that, when Tiny Gaming went into Slaanesh's realm, he had been using the same pink core units for 100 turns. Geez. Especially now that it's not a guarantee that you'll even get like the Slaanesh blade or anything. That's definitely stifled me wanting to go in a realm, because I never went into Nurgle's, I never went into Tzeentch's. Khorne's is I think still good because of the weapons you can get, but I would always go into Slaanesh's realm for the money and to get, you know, the Paramore item or like the Slaanesh blade. But now it's not even guaranteed that you get that. So like, I mean, I could, you know, use the mod to rift them out, but it's, you know, what's the point really? Alright, so we got 14 units against my 15. Alright. We need to use the chariot to snipe him. And we just gotta fuck with him a little bit. But we'll jump in. But yeah, I was debating about what to play. I was thinking about Warhammer 2, but I'm just trying to play Warhammer 3 still in my spare time, just because I need more experience with factions. Like, that's why I'm playing as the Ogre Kingdom, because I haven't given them really a chance yet. And, you know, if and when they, you know, fix Warhammer 3 with the Immortal Empires, I want to be able to be like, yeah, I know how to play this faction, or I can have fun with this. I don't want to wait until Immortal Empires comes out and things, you know, hopefully, knock on wood, are super fun again. But I'm like, shit, I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this faction. And so between Warhammer 2 and the Lord of the Rings mod I'm testing out, I am trying to play more Warhammer 3 just so I have more experience with that. Alright. Let's see. Let's come over here. And this battle does take a little bit of time. Because we really got to make sure we take basically no damage. Well, we will take damage. It's about taking the least amount of damage. You come over here. Alright. Now, you guys need to go snipe that tower. You need to come up here. You need to go kill Mr. Lothar. And you guys just need to come forward. I think the only worth realm is to go into Tzeentch because the final rewards are the best. Yeah, I mean, if you're lucky that they actually give you one, yes, you are correct. What I've noticed now since they nerfed the Tzeentch realm, it's actually not the last ring anymore. It's the second to last one that seems to give you, you know, 50 or 60,000 gold and an item. The last tier that used to give you, you know, a item, you know, for sure, usually actually screws you over. So I would highly recommend, I mean, I do it from time to time, because if I take the time to go into that realm and I get screwed over, I'm pissed. So every single turn, you know, before I you know, jump into another ring, I save it so I can reload it. Which, you know, another reason why I play on the difficulty I do, so I can save it whenever I want to save. Because you can't do that. I mean, there are ways to get around it in legendary difficulty. But it's just, you know, CA is doing a very good job of limiting, you know, the player's risk-reward type situation. And if I'm spending 9 turns in a realm and I come out of it worst off, I'm going to be pissed. So I just make sure that I'm going to walk away with something that was actually worth my time. Okay. Now, I want you guys... There we go. How much? He's almost already done 10,000 damage. Alright, charge into them. Let's move these guys up again a little more. Let's put you in back. Plus, once we start using our ammo up, we can send some guys around and just separate them a little bit. And start, you know, just separating their forces so we can start picking off their forces one at a time. And I am very thankful. There's many things they do need to work and improve on. I'm very glad they fixed the towers. Alright, you need to hit him and not miss. You literally have one job. Alright, you need to get over here. Alright, now you come back. Just angle these guys so they actually shoot where I want them to shoot. Yes. Alright, now kill him. He's not moving. Good. Yeah, it's nice, you know, to be able to kill one tower and then go to the next one without them instantly being rebuilt every freaking time. Oh yeah, yeah, double up. 2 units for the price of 1. There we go. Alright, destroy that. Alright, quit firing. Ooh, yeah, it would be really good to get the Forsaken out. Good, kill him. Which, thank you all who did come over and check out the stream. I know, I mean, okay, he'll be able to kill him still though. I know it can be, people can be very, and myself included, you know, once they find someone they really like, you know, watching a stream, they don't watch anyone else because, you know, that's who they want to watch. And so I know taking the time to check out another streamer is not for everyone, so just, you know, thank you guys for taking the time and actually doing that. Yep, shoot into, no, you stay in there and attack. And you guys shoot into that blob. And you cast some magic. Good. Alright, you need to come back over here. You can come back over here because you're done. You did the one thing I needed you to do. Doing a lot of damage, not a lot of kills, but that's kind of expected. Not to that point yet, but he will be. Oh, look at that. That's going to be a good one. There we go. Actually, you could help with destroying towers. Oh shit, I forgot to put these guys on guard mode. We need to come back over here. Yep. Balance of power is in my favor, at least. Come on. Good. Alright, you guys can come over here.
It is foreseen.
Alright, you only got one shot left anyway, so come around this way. We'll start using the soul grinder to start isolating some units.
Fateweaver.
Good.
We have a call.
And they are... can't rebuild there yet. But this one will be built very soon. And we'll get a big hit on it as soon as it's ready. Oh, get out. Fire. I was wondering why they weren't coming after him. It's because he wasn't on fire at will. He wasn't giving them a reason to come and chase him. Oh yeah, I forgot. Just come back in the middle. You come around this way. No, 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 no. Oh yeah, there's a good one. Hit 2 units again. He's done almost 25,000 damage. There you go. Yeah, the aspiring champions are a really good balance of power that we could get rid of. Alright, come over here. Alright. We got 3 more that are now out of ammo. So bring you guys over there. And then we can bring some more units up.
Kairos.
Yeah, I used the wrong... Alright, don't fire. Good. Because we're almost out of magic. Come over and capture... Excuse me. Go ahead and capture that one. Okay. Sorry, we even... Yeah. So we got 2 more casts. That'll bounce back and hit it again. Alright, you can come in here. Go on fire at will. Good. We should be able to cap that before they realize what's going on. Should. Alright. There we go. Be a good last cast to end on. There you go. Almost got 100 kills, about 30,000 damage. I will take that. Oh shit. We probably could use these 4 units to take out the Marauder Horsemen too. Alright, get you out. He got sucked in too far. Yeah, don't die. Alright, Kairos is gonna have to come in here and bail him out. Yeah, I really, really, really do not want him to dissolve. Good. Yeah, if he starts disintegrating, that's no bueno. But it looks like Kairos saved him, so good. Alright, get back over here. Good. Yep, Kairos can get out of there. You need to get out of there because you're out of ammo. And good. Just keep playing keep away. Oh shit.
Kairos, Fateweaver.
Oh, yes. Bring these guys back. You're done. You can come around this way. Balance of power is obviously in my favor. Just gotta keep picking off their units. Alright. Yep. Keep letting him heal. His barrier is gonna be basically gone. You can come around this way with him. Good. Go destroy that one. At some point, we will just come in here and charge in. Just not yet. Alright, those 3 units, knock on wood, should be able to handle 1 unit of Marauders. Just because we do have some physical resistance. And Kairos can handle the Chaos Marauders by himself. We will take, obviously, a little damage here, but that's okay. Good, he's almost captured that point. Good. Alright, you come this way. Because he will lose the 2v2 there. Good. Alright, need to get him out, because he will not do good against the Chaos Warriors. Really, it's the only battle we need 2 units of Furies. After this battle, we don't really need 2 of them. Alright, let's take out the cavalry.
Foresaw their doom.
Good. Come over here. Go ahead and charge those guys. Yep, that's fine. They're running away, so they shouldn't have any melee defense.
Their fate will be dire.
Good. Plus, with some physical resistance, we should outlast these guys. Alright, you need to get out of there and let them shoot against those guys. Good. Alright, bombard those guys. Yep, they're winning against that unit. We just don't want to fight like a 2v1. We are the ones that need Good. Okay. Alright, let's go take out that unit. Alright, you need to get out of here now, or else you're gonna get pincered. You still might get pincered a little bit. Just keep telling him to move. Hopefully he plows through, which I think he will. Yep. Alright, who and why are you guys taking so much damage? Yep, good. Alright. Come and help out those guys. Because their barrier just got taken out. Jesus, they're still coming out. Alright, now you come in here and attack him then. You have missiles, so why aren't you firing them?
Rocking one shot.
Actually, no. Come take this. Good. I think that's the army losses, actually. Good. I know that was time consuming. I do apologize. But we needed to do it. And let's run as many of them down as possible. Overall, it actually wasn't too bad in terms of damage. Kairos definitely did his part. Yeah. Excuse me. I think it helped. I know it's obviously just hard and hard difficulty, but it helped that almost every single unit was separate. Like, they didn't have more than 2 units together at once. A lot of them were separate from everyone else. The thing is, I think it matters, because the more Kairos kills himself, the less kills that will be distributed across my other units. So the more he's able to just kill himself, the more experience he'll actually get, I think. It may just matter, you know, once the battle's still going on, but that map, especially in this Chaos Voice, oh, I fucking hate this map. It is designed for, I mean, corn, like, which sieges for corn aren't hard anyway. You just bulldoze through. But I mean, that's really when because I thought Kairos, like when I first got Warhammer 3, I thought Kairos was gonna be, you know, my faction. You know, it's got magic, it's got missiles. Warhammer 2, you know, that's the thing to use, right? And then I was getting into sieges, and I was like, dude, I fucking suck at sieges with Kairos. So it took a long time for me to understand how to properly use, his army early on. Yeah, it's going even more with Warhammer. I really hope. I mean, I know it's been a topic with Immortal Empires and whatnot, but I mean, the fact is, like, they're not really in a rush to get it out, you know, and completed and done, and that's what's a little alarming for me. You know, as a content, like, if I was just playing just for fun, you know, whatever. But the fact that, you know, I would like to be, you know, a content creator, and so I need the game, you know, people actually need to want to play the game, and as of right now, they're taking their happy ass time and getting stuff done and completed. And I think, as of right now, if I had to guess, SFO, like the modding team, will be the ones to save. You know, if for some reason Immortal Empires is a total failure, to keep people around the SFO team, it's going to be their moment to shine. I'm trying to think. I could recruit these now. Yeah, recruit them now because it will revolt in next turn, and we'll want to stand there. I was thinking of just waiting so I can get the extra 2 rank ups, but it's not worth it because I'm afraid if I don't come here now, they will get blown up. Alright. And good. 200 more grimoires, and now he's gone. That's all you needed to do. Yep, that's fine.
I know all fates.
They're losing more players with that mentality and will hurt their sales. Oh, yeah. I mean,
The gods might compel me to kill.
how
but
much do they
I
want?
do it freely.
I can't really afford that right now. I don't think they'll attack me. But I mean, I know for one, I'm never pre-ordering a game from them again. So I was lucky. I didn't start playing Warhammer 2 until like super late into the development of Warhammer 2. So, you know, a lot of the initial like issues it had obviously were already patched out. They had a bunch of DLC. And I was like, wow, you know, if they did... I mean, I think I'm in the majority when I say, you know, with how fleshed out and developed Warhammer 2 was, I didn't think Warhammer 3 was going to be as bad as it was. I still have fun with it. That's why I'm streaming it. But, you know, as a content creator perspective, you know, I can't play a game that nobody gives two shits about. So I'm just like... I'm like, please make it fun.
To kill, but I freely.
I just can't justify that right now. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the subscription. Thank you for the support. It should pop up here shortly. But okay, there she is. I do have Firestorm, but she can't reach me anyway.
Tribesmen, gather.
We'll see what happens. Alright, she's just hanging out. So see if they win. if they win, they'll blow it up. But I'm afraid. Hey, have a good night, Alexander. Thank you for stopping by, buddy. I know I could make them lose. I could cast a firestorm on them and then just retreat my forces. But if I decline the attack, I want to know if they'll win. They did it. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. Okay, good. Because now we can fight the rebellion. It's just about getting the levels up. So we'll fight the rebellion, fight the settlement, and that way we'll have Firestorm and the Infernal Gateway. We're getting ever closer to life leeching. Making legend moves as the best ally ever, right? Right? I think he would be proud of me. I don't know if he's here watching. I know he usually goes to bed. Dropped a few frames there. Sorry about that. I know he usually goes to bed after his streams. But I think if he was here watching, he would be proud that I even had the thought of doing that to them. Alright. Tell you what, they're not going to be that wide. Yeah, they do have missile units, okay. Honestly, I was still having fun until I found out I had a hard. Until I found out I get a hard crash to desktop at turn 59. Got over 120 hours in the game, so that's 50 cents per hour of enjoyment. Not a bad purchase overall. Yeah, I get to. I haven't had it crash. Knock on wood. But like I said earlier, it's definitely much laggier after turn 70 for me, which is alarming. Let's bring you up and snipe him. But I think I've got like 380 or 390 hours, which for like the last 2 months I've had like 365. So like it's been a long time since I've played Warhammer 3. Just because around that time was when I was able to become a beta tester for that Lord of the Rings mod. And so I spent a lot of time with that mod right from the get-go. Oh, come on, you're close. Just cast it. They're in a nice juicy formation. Good. Yeah, if the horsemen shoot good Kairos and not the burning chariot, that's fine. But yeah, right now it's just super expensive. And this is cheap, and it's doing a lot of damage, which I have enough ammunition in my other units that as long as I hurt them a lot by the time they get to my units, we'll be fine.
The winds of change.
Good. He's not doing very good. He's definitely not going to get that guy killed. Put everyone on guard mode. Yeah, he's not doing a very good job. There, he got some kills finally after 15,000 damage. Alright, you're literally on top of him. Get all your flames to hit. There you go, that was a better one. Much, much better. Oh, you need to scoot up. You can... Yep, that's fine. Which, as soon as we get the army losses, we will exit out. Because we want as many units to fight in the next battle. Yeah, you did not do good. You had one job, and you failed utterly. I think that's the army losses. Yep, come on. Good. What kind is going to be the mod of Lord of the Rings? I don't use mods, but one really. That one. So it's so there's gonna be 2 Lord of the Rings mods that you can play depending on what game you have. So you have Medieval 2, that is with Divide and Conquer, that's been out for like 8 years, right? I know they are working on version 5 of that mod. I think the version they're on now is like 4.5 or 4.6. But they're working on version 5. The mod, and I played that mod for a long time. Ooh, potion of healing. Okay. Take the replenishment, because our replenishment sucks. But the mod I'm testing is with Rome Remastered. And so, even though it's not as flushed out as Divide and Conquer, it's less than a year old, and there's really one guy that is doing a lot of the development, right? So it's less than a year old. It's using Rome Remastered, so it just has a lot of quality of life improvements. For example, it has like the alt and dragging your units. It has the firing, like, so if your range is 120, you can see when they're actually going to start firing. There are just quality of life improvements that the Medieval 2 engine just doesn't have, that the Rome Remaster has. And so I've kind of compared it to Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3 a lot, where Divide and Conquer is like Warhammer 2, where it's got you know, a bunch of DLC, patches, updates, feedback, all that stuff. And this mod is like Warhammer 3, where it's still getting feedback because it's still a closed mod. It's not open for to the public yet. Excuse me. And so it's still in that like baby development stage. But I think anyway, if you were to take the Divide and Conquer, like when it first came out in like 2013 or 2014, and then compared that initial mod with this mod, you know, if they started at the same time, I think this mod would be better. I'm having lots of fun with it. I really am. I think it's going to be a great mod. But it does require the Rome Remastered game. But it's really, really fun. They're doing a great job with it. I've been testing it for about 2 months. About 2 months now. And unlike Creative Assembly, the modding team of like 5 guys has already come out with like 5 patches. It's really fun and exciting for me because I've never been in a position where I've been in a game on like the foundation to the game, right? I've always played games that were already out or had DLC or, you know, whatever. I didn't have to do any testing for it. It was already there. It was already done. So it's different for me because I'm in the position where, you know, they definitely listen to myself and other testers on what problems we're having, what we would like to see introduced, like all that stuff. And since I've been testing it, I don't know how many patches they had before I started testing it, but they've already come out with 3 patches since I've been around. So they are very, very responsive to us, which is very nice, because they really do want this mod to succeed. But I mean, the detail of the units, like everything like that Divide and Conquer has in terms of like units, customized settlements, you know, to a certain extent, like campaign mechanics, that kind of thing, like Divide and Conquer has. This mod already has in their mind, and it's something they want to do. It's just like right now they're just making sure the game is in a stable condition to actually launch and play. It's not something they haven't thought about like that or anything. It's something they definitely want to add in. They just want to get the excuse me. They want to get the foundation to the mod done first before they don't want a Warhammer 3 catastrophe, basically. They want to make sure it's in a good, stable condition so that when they do release the game, people are going to love it. And I did stream a few campaigns of it, but I have stopped just because they are coming out with a lot of patches really frequently. So, I mean, even the campaigns I've already done on my channel are kind of moot and point now because things have changed already. We had, for example, we've had issues with the AI diplomacy and the AI betraying you even though you have high relations, you have an alliance, you have a military access, but you have one settlement that is right by theirs that you left undefended because you're allies with them, and they betrayed you because the Rome Total War and the Rome Remaster AI is just programmed to attack easy settlements. Doesn't matter your relations with them. That's just how it's programmed. And so in the latest update that they did, they made it so it's like good versus evil, like the movies. Because in one of my campaigns, I was playing as Erebor and the dwarves, obviously, if you don't know Lord of the Rings. And I took my army out of Erebor to go attack the orcs of Gundabad, which was, a few turns away. And Dale attacked Erebor because I only had one. I had a general bodyguard in the city, and they attacked Erebor and took it from me because I had left it undefended because I was allies with them, And so to get rid of random crap like that happening, they've changed diplomacy and how it's set up. So, but I mean, I totally get that most people will probably get, if you were just to play one game right from the get-go, you would probably have more enjoyment in Divide and Conquer. But, once the mod comes out and it's got a few years of updates, adding units, adjusting units, and all that good stuff, I think Divide and Conquer is going to have a run for their money. Because the mod itself already has it has its own Discord. It's already got 600 followers on its Discord. And so it's not that people aren't aware of the mod or that they aren't, they're like, oh no, Divide and Conquer is there. Why would I play another Lord of the Rings mod? And it's, even for both scenarios, it's going to be good because it gives both mods competition. So it doesn't allow this modding team to be passive, and it prevents the Divide and Conquer team, not that they are, but it prevents the possibility of them becoming passive and lazy like Creative Assembly has been. Because they're, sooner rather than later, there's going to be another Lord of the Rings mod out there that they are going to have to compete with. It's not going to be, Divide and Conquer is not going to be the only, quote, big Lord of the Rings mod out there anymore. But I actually, if you go to my channel, after the stream, of course, I hope you stick around here, but, excuse me, I do have 2 videos up showcasing some of the units. I have a unit guide of Rohan and Isengard. That Isengard one just came out today. So, which most of the rosters are pretty bare-boned at this moment, except just for Mordor and Gondor have a little more extensive roster. But again, I've talked with when I first started testing, that was one of my first concerns. I was like, okay, you guys know, the dwarves, for example, have 9 total units in their entire roster. And I was like, hey, you guys know about this, right? People are gonna get pretty bored if they can only recruit 8 units. And they're totally aware of it. It's just not something they are concerned with right now. They want to get the base game mechanics and everything working really well, and so things don't crash all the time, rather than flooding it with new things that could break the game or make it crash faster. So, which I'm totally fine with that. It makes absolute, I know nothing about modding. I've never modded a game, myself, other than adding more turns into Medieval 2 or Divide and Conquer. I've never changed the cosmetics of a unit. I've never changed their stats or any of that stuff. So I know nothing. So I literally just test. I'm like, hey, I found this. I had this happen to me. Just letting you guys know. And they get back to me with less than 24 hours. I have a response from the mod leader, who really does almost all of it himself, from what I've gathered. So it's like a handful of guys. I'd say you can count the amount of people on 2 hands that are doing all of this work, and it's really, really impressive with what they've done. Now says, LOL, that sounds like Kurland from the Empire. One province minor that would declare one any player bordering it and refuse to surrender no matter what. Yeah. What was annoying was, so that was like the them betraying us was like the Rome Total War's AI, right? Like they're scripted just to be douchebags and betray you just because you have a settlement that's kind of weak, right? But then the Lord of the Rings script is designed, like for Erebor and Dale not to be at war with each other because, lore-wise, they were friends, Dale thrived because of Erebor, that kind of thing. And so Dale would, or any faction, they would attack you, betray you, because the Rome AI was programmed that way, but then the Lord of the Rings script would kick in and make them be your allies again the next turn. So you would get betrayed, become neutral, and also get an alliance-like notification because it was scripted for those to stay allies. So, but with the new diplomacy setup that they have, that will no longer happen. That's actually not a bad ability because it provides ward save. Alright, and let's occupy it.
Serve, but not on.
Good.
Kairos, fate.
And now we also have the that's really expensive. So yeah, get Greater Arcane Conduit first.
Another skill possess.
Jarke says middle two sincerely flash. Oh god. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Witnessed eternity.
Do the control, because Miao Ying, I imagine, will come in here.
Will cost you your life.
You come out just in case they besiege me, and we'll recruit 2 more units. But oh man, they've done a really good job. Really, the unit guides, they're sort of like Legends tier list, but they're different. It's not as much as me saying like I recommend only using this units because they're really good. It's more just kind of showing you guys the units because it still is in closed testing. So it's just kind of a this is what you can kind of expect, the graphic look of the units and all that stuff, just to kind of build up kind of some hype and excitement for the mod. Jordan says, Divine and Conquer is cool and all, but have you seen Planet War mod? No, I've never actually heard of that. Good, some extra money. So yeah, feel free to explain what that is, because I have no idea what that mod is.
I will hear you. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk.
I'm gonna bite the bullet and buy that. I do not want to be at war with him at any cost.
I am no one.
Alright, 5 turns and we can perform another change. Yeah, I've never heard of Planet War. Because it's not gonna revolt anymore. Yeah, let's go and attack him. Do I need to fight it manually? Yeah, I better. Just with Miao Ying being right there, I want to take the money after this battle and not take replenishment. I have hundreds of hours on Planet War and also got no idea. Hey, that's all right. I mean, I have almost 100 hours into the Lord of the Rings mod that we're talking about, and I still haven't played every faction yet. So, because there are some factions like Rune. Yeah, every time it loads, my frames drop a lot. Don't know why. Sorry about that, guys. But like Rune, for example, which I've talked to them about. I haven't heard feedback from them yet, but Rune right now is just not playable. They have so many things going against them. It is just not a good time, and I've told them about that. They just have so much else going on. I don't think they've been able to address it, because like the way Warhammer 3 needs like a massive rework, Rune needs a massive, like, almost top to bottom rework of things, because it is not in a good state right now. And I've tried a few campaigns. I've tried several different, initial start moves and whatnot. And I just haven't played a campaign since then, because I know they haven't been able to address things. And that's fine, because they do have a lot going on, but they have the potential to be really, really fun. But right now, it's just, I'm always like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, I'm gonna drive myself crazy if I keep playing this faction. Dame says, that's the freaking problem I'm having. It's a game glitch. It really needs to fix the issue. It's always, other than like after turn 70, it's literally only during when I load battles. And it lasts for just a little bit. I don't drop any frames, but my FPS goes to like 15 or 20 and then shoots back up to 60 again. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, they need to get their shit together. You can come over and snipe him. But one patch every 2 months is a good thing, right? Right, Dame? You're comfortable with where your channel is at. You don't want it to grow anymore. Honestly, a part of me, the community would suffer a lot more than, me personally, but it's almost, for me anyway, curious to see what Creative Assembly would do if Legend just total 100% just boycotted everything. Fuck Warhammer 3, even fuck Warhammer 2, they piss them off so much, just to see how many people quit playing Warhammer, and then they just come running back okay, we fucked up, we'll actually listen to you more, please come back, kind of thing. Maybe they wouldn't, maybe they would, I don't know. I think it would just be funny to see how they react. Kill him. Still almost did 9,000 damage. There he goes. Which I wonder if it'll do it here. Because, for me, it's always... I shouldn't say always. For the most of the time, it is the... going into battle loading time. Or loading of the... Fuck, I can't talk. So, because right now, I didn't drop a single frame this whole, loading phase. But going into the battle, I have issues. And that's where it seems to always happen. It's not after the battle, it's going into it where my frames have issues. Do I want... I mean, money's not great, and I would rather have the magic. Alright, good. Just get more magic. The thing is, if she comes here and sacks this, and then runs away, that's fine, because then we can catch her and we'll catch her in force march if she does something like that.
I serve only the dragons.
Hey, Wyvern, welcome to the stream, buddy. Alright, she captured it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, look at all those missile units. Alright, good.
I shall consult the fates.
Let's see if she'll take the bait. Yep, growth will be good, and also money. So yeah, the after you get your growth sorted with a province, like the Bloodwind Keep is a good example of why I actually hold on to a lot of Cathay's settlements, even if it's red territory, because of the resources. Because at Bloodwind Keep, I can get grimoires and increase the income by 15%, plus 30%, so you're up to 45%. And then there is not an edict, but well, the edict is for the grimoires. But then in the main settlement building, you can also increase it by 30%. So you can make a lot of money, lots and lots of money from your settlements. On top of making a lot of money from battles. Okay. I wonder, because I didn't build walls here this time. I'm taking a chance. In my other playthrough, I built walls, and it did keep them from coming here. But since they did adjust the anti-player bias a bit, and I'm not playing on a super hard difficulty, I don't know if they'll take the chance on coming here. Because that's a reasonable force to deal with. They'd have to come with a pretty heavy stack at me. But who knows?
The master deigns it.
You probably can't beat that. Yeah, we'll probably have to give him a settlement, or else it's not looking too good for him.
Confounds us.
Interesting. Oh, they detected me. Did she go? No. Okay, they swapped positions.
I obey. Only say.
I bow only before
26 units. I don't have enough magic. Yeah, I don't have enough magic for that. Plus, I don't have unlimited magic.
Witnessed eternity.
Okay. Yeah, I would have to get like perfect casts on everything in order to win that.
I am no one's slave.
Do not allow clips on the streams. I'm trying to create one to show the graphics bud, but it isn't saving. I don't think so. But I can go in and change that. I thought I did anyway. Huh. Maybe I have to wait till afterwards? I thought I did. I usually do. Because I know in like the video I uploaded today, it asked me if I wanted to allow it. And for that video I said no. We'll go into ambush stance one more time. Let's actually recruit. Alright, next turn we'll recruit him and see if we can get them to come out and attack me. Yeah, we'll take the chance. I never toggle it off, so I don't know why it won't let you share it. Okay, so yeah, I'm just too close. Alright, money and growth. And there goes my money. Okay. Nope. Jeez. I'm a broke ass bitch.
To be honest, I'd rather.
Alright, let's go to quick deal. What do we have anything? No, I didn't think so. Yeah, I don't know why it's not letting you, Dame. I apologize.
Keeper of the Destiny Scrolls.
Flickering fire.
Come on, come attack me.
Dazzling fiends.
Yes. It's only 45% chance. I mean, I know I can win. But I want Kairos to get the experience, not him. We'll save it and just see what happens.
Seek a retreat.
We got her. Ha! Suck it. Suck it. One thing I can do, it was probably at like the 1 hour and 45-minute mark. So after the stream, I could go in and put, I'll go in and put like a little marker, and then after it like loads and whatnot, I can go in and make sure, you guys, you know, can save and share clips. I don't know why it's not working. That way it's just easier to find. Oh, don't attack her.
Master, here.
Yeah, take a little damage.
Supreme sorcery.
You're about to die. You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Power magics. On pink
Alright.
feet.
Does she
we
has life bloom. But she hasn't gotten any other items that make her too outrageous. Alright. And you're gonna die. Let's see if it does it again. Which it really does it if I'm like right now I have, you know, the game highlighted, but if I go and like click on OBS or the YouTube Studio, oh yep, there it goes again. Yep. Wow, 2 frames. All right, they should take a defensive position. Should. Especially since they got the sky junk. They got that junk in that trunk. Alright. What are they gonna do? Yeah! Now Legend would be really proud of me. Since he's such a big boy. They should waste the ammos. Yeah! I didn't fight against Tzeentch. I didn't fight against Tzeentch for a long time. Did they change army abilities to actual magic spent, not just cooldown? I think it's just cooldown. As far as I know, the AI still has unlimited magic. So even though she's constantly casting Life Bloom, you know, if I just held on triple speed and let this battle go on for an hour, she would be casting Life Bloom the entire time, or whatever spell she wanted to cast. I mean, theoretically, because of that, Tzeentch, you know, like Kairos and whatever lord you're going up against is always casting. So I guess it's kind of hard to say, because since the AI, I believe, has unlimited wins, their abilities are, you know, technically constantly filling up. But I don't know, because there are some instances where they don't even have a magic caster, and they're still doing like the bolt and the huge area of effect bombardment. So I think it's just a cooldown thing, which is obviously crap. Oh, you're not in range anymore. See, and that's why I don't feel bad that, you know, I'm glad they haven't fixed the Winds of Magic bug, because, I mean, the AI has unlimited Winds of Magic, so why shouldn't I have unlimited Winds of Magic? They just don't use it as smart as the player will, obviously. Yep, don't want to cast anything until they waste as much ammunition as possible. That way, because I think we have the same range as the Iron Hail Gunners. So as long as we get rid of like the ammo, most of the ammunition of the peasant archers, we'll be fine. And as long as his barrier doesn't go too low, and he doesn't take any actual damage, because we don't have Life Bloom yet. And the Chaos Spheres will be able to take out the Sky Junk. And that's one thing, we don't really need to get rid of Miao Ying. We just want to make sure we for sure get rid of the Sky Junk this fight, because we'll be able to. Well, I guess she's already retreated once, so she'll die regardless. But if she would have stuck around and fought, then we would have made sure of that. Yeah, that 50% speed reduction is kind of rough. Let his barrier heal up a little bit. There we go. Alright. We really need to get rid of the Celestial Guard. Now, if that other general that came in dies, I don't care. It wouldn't be great, but at the same time, it's not a, you know, it's not end-all, be-all kind of thing. If I said that right. Alright, good. We can catch them being silly by reforming like that. Sometimes it provides a really, really good opportunity for a,
We went there.
like, you just gotta keep messing with them to find the good one, like right there. And they come back over there, they'll start going back the other way.
It is foreseen.
Oh shit, get out of there. Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Destiny.
It would have been really great if we would have gotten one more level up, so we could get the 10-second cooldown for each spell. But that's okay. We're already gonna win.
We went there. King of the destiny.
Oh, come on, come on, come on! Faster, must go faster.
The winds of change.
Ah, fuck. I mean, it'll still be okay. It's not as good as it could have been, though.
Science of Tzeentch.
Yeah.
It is foreseen.
If I had the Infernal Gateway, that would have been amazing right there.
On the way.
But that's okay. We can pop another one down right there.
Moved. The Raven God's will. We have moved.
Alright, so we got 13. 13 times 3 is 39. So we could have 3 more casts of the Firestorm.
Hold power.
Nice. They do react really, really well. I'll give them that. Even on hard difficulty, I mean, they were clumped up and they got out of the way of that really quick. I'll give them that. Still catching a few of them. But that's why I'm half tempted just to use the pink fire, because it's just cheaper and I know I'll get my worth out of it.
The winds of change.
Infernal Gateways, I probably should have put a point into that for this fight. Still done 32,000 damage already.
I know where to go.
It's just, it's like they'll almost always avoid, in my experience, they'll almost always get out of the way of the Firestorm, but like I could pop down like Infernal Gateway right here, and then they'll still walk right into it. So, where did their Celestial Guard go? Or did I? Okay, they're right here. That's the unit I really need to take care of. That's big balance of power.
Fires of Tzeentch. We went there.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Everyone's on firewall. Yep.
Kairos, Fateweaver.
Could also do Searing Dew.
We are eternal.
But I think we'll be okay.
The infinite weave. We have moved. The Raven Gods.
And we can cast it one more time. She'll go Dragon once she gets into melee. Alright, you guys come attack. Not yet. I don't want to do it to the Sky Junk yet. You come snipe her. Oh shit. We do have the potion of healing. Yep, there she goes. Alright, now you guys go attack the Sky Junk.
Very well. I know where to go.
Because this unit here, other than the... We don't want him to die. Why did you go into melee?
Moving.
Yeah, that was worth it. Should be getting the armor losses here very, very soon.
My wings spread. Flux, magic, lies, destiny.
Fanta! Phantasmagoria!
We went there.
FYI, I figured out somehow my ad blocker is preventing clips from being saved. That's funny. I'm glad you're able to figure it out at least. Good. Not too shabby.
We foresaw.
Damage is pretty minimal. Got the Burning Chariot took some damage, but should all be able to heal fairly quickly.
Rocking Watcher.
We should get a really good amount of experience here. It was a pretty big fight. I wish I could rename him too. I would totally rename him Darth Fateweaver. But yeah, the after battle loading times are fine. It's literally just the pre-battle. Yep, we're gonna need replenishment. good.
Kairos, Fateweaver.
We need rank 11, so we need two more levels up. But we do have Infernal Gateway. And Tzeentch's Firestorm now.
Node to the Nexus. A boon from Master.
So we've crippled her probably. I mean, she's got a strength ranking of 3, but it's because of this army.
Of Tzeentch.
We can win that.
Pinions sway, magic to me.
Oh no! What will we ever do? Styrek, welcome to the stream, buddy. The Wolf Man himself. This one will be a little trickier because we are going to have to make every single cast count. But I think we can do it. I think in my other campaign, I got him down to like 150 health left. Because we just don't have his damage resistance ability yet. I'm good. It's good to be back streaming. Yeah, frame every time I load into a battle. Shay, you could just Dame, you could just send CA the link to my stream and just benchmark like all the battles and be like, all right, you're gonna see it happen every single time he loads into a battle. So what we're going to do is put all these guys back here on this side, but then actually put Kairos somewhere else. That way, not all of... Because if we... I've figured out if you put your forces in one corner and put Kairos there, they'll put their units and build all of their towers over there, so you'll just constantly be getting sniped at. But if you do like one over here and then your army over there, they spread it out a little more evenly. And it's just a little easier on him, especially since we don't have his other ward save ability just yet. Valcoma says fly on walls, go melee and drop units from walls. We will do that once we run out of magic. The Medjay of Yum subscribed. Hey, thank you for the subscription.
It is foreseen.
Oh yeah, Clifton, I've been trying to tell them that it's more than just me, but it feels like they don't believe me. If they don't fix it for Immortal Empires, I'm not sure I'll play it. I think there's not that that's resounding. I think overall there's a lot of issues with it where, you know, like yourself, Legend and other creators have told CA like, hey, like this is a big deal, you know, people don't like it, you should fix it, and if you don't fix it, then they're not going to play it. And I think you know, from my opinion anyway, CA is just thinking you guys are kind of like what you're saying, they just don't believe you, then they're like trying to call your bluff basically. And in reality, it's like, you know, like, you know, you guys aren't, even myself, like, no one is contracted by CA to, you know, to play even Warhammer 2. You know, like no one has to play any Warhammer if they don't want to, and I think CA is just like, oh, they played it for so long, you know, they'll do it. You know, they'll play the game. Like, why wouldn't they? Especially in Legend's case, since he's mentioned stuff about, you know, toning it back and kind of half retiring by not streaming every day, and it's like he's already, you know, from what I've gathered, like he's all ready to kind of retire. Like he's been streaming for a long time, so like, you know, calling his bluff is, or trying to call his bluff is, like, just why? Why would you do that? You know, you're not hurting anyone but themselves, and they just are, I don't know what, I don't even know how to describe it other than just being stupid. Well, I think they're blaming my system, and I think I need an upgrade, but I have a 3070. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff shut off, because I only have a 10. I have a 1650, which, from what I've looked at, like the 1060, it does play the game fine. Like I'm streaming it, I have some stuff turned off, but for the most part, it does play it just fine. I do. What's holding mine up is my video card. My video card is very bad, and so I'm able to process stuff, but the actual video rendering is not very good. So it takes a long time for stuff to render properly, and so that's where I struggle. And with everything I have going on, you know, I just don't have the money to upgrade my whole system and with a better video memory, unfortunately. So it's definitely frustrating. I can definitely agree with that. Alright, that's a good. I need to be picking off. Okay. Suck it. Yeah, walk into that. This is what I mean. Like, they just don't get out of the way, and they just take it. They don't do it for the Firestorm, which I would get, but the Infernal Gateway, they just eat it. So I don't know why that is. I don't think it would be a programming thing. Maybe it is, I don't know, but it doesn't make sense considering both of them are very high damage dealing spells. And one of them they don't care about, and the other one, it's, you know, it's like a plague. They're trying to get away from it. Alright, we need to get the Jade Warriors with halberds killed. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry about that. They dodged Vortex spells and Bombardment. That's fair. I mean, this is technically a Vortex spell, and they didn't move out of the way. It just is a stationary one. These would be a decent balance of power. Plus, magic is running a little low. We've done a good amount of kills, a good amount of damage. Balance of power is in my favor. That'll nuke that unit. And then we just gotta pick our next target very carefully. My 1050 is my laptop. Yes, a laptop can run this game on low settings. It's fine. It just gets to turn 59, and that's ruining the game. Yeah, I mean, like, I rarely ever zoom in unless, kind of like what Legend's done with his Vampire Counts campaign, unless you're doing like a Wind to Death and you want to see, you know, it just wreck everything. But like for me, I play zoomed out without going into the tactical map, because I want to be able to see, you know, the whole thing. I don't want to be zoomed in like this and lower your line of sight to see what's going on. Sieges, it's not that big of a deal, but if you're doing a open field battle, you don't want to be zoomed in. You want to be able to see what's going on. Trying to think, because the towers are really good. Yeah, just keep right.
Very well.
I need them to blob up again. I wonder if I bring them over here, if they're just gonna bring their units this way. I need him to get some of his barrier back. Hey, thank you, Matthew, for the subscription. Matthew Tan just subscribed. Thank you, Matthew. I'm glad that's actually working now. I set up Streamlabs just so I can interact. You know, with if you have a public account, you know it'll come through here. And for the longest time, it wouldn't work, and so I had to contact Streamlabs, and they helped fix it. They didn't say what they did, but they discovered some issue, and now it works. So I'm just glad it works. Also, when I use the army ability, it still it doesn't work. So yeah, it's at 0. I use it. It'll stay at 32. Yep, it still doesn't work.
We went there.
Everything, you know, the unlimited magic as well as the arcane surge ability that they claim to have fixed, it's not fixed. So, I mean, kind of just pick and choose, you know, like, yes, we have unlimited magic, but we also don't have army abilities working, so. Alright. Yeah, for some reason my backspace button doesn't work to cancel spells. So it's something I kind of have to deal with. Ooh, that's going to be a good one. That's 2 really high quality units that are going to get nuked. Yeah, like, which Kairos is an exception, you know, just because of how many ways he can boost his magic, his power reserve recharge rate and all that stuff. So he is like the extreme example of how far you can make stuff like that work. But I mean, still, for the most part, I mean, even a herald, you know, at some point can do some pretty crazy things in terms of getting getting magic to recharge. All right, let's. Yeah, his charge bonus is not the greatest. Good. Put it back a little bit. You don't want to put it like right on top of the unit because it takes a little bit for it to actually like the distance of it and whatnot. So you kind of gotta cast it further back. But.
Tzeentch bade it so.
No, get up, get up.
I know where to go.
Getting them to waste some of their ammo will help.
We have moved. Fires of Tzeentch. Follow the web.
Plus, I think they're actually hitting their own units.
Guide us. The Raven God's will.
Oh gosh. You know what pissed me off about that is that they nerfed it. They weakened the Dragon Breath spell for Cathay by a little bit. I was like, what's the point? It's not like it's nuking an entire unit. I was like, what's the point? Like I don't know what their CA's like attitude, like why they got the attitude of making everything like, oh, this is broken, can't have that anymore. This is broken, or this does a little bit of damage, we got to get rid of that. Like, what is the point of doing that? Like, you're just gonna piss people off, which they have. Like it, I just don't understand. Like, and I haven't even been streaming that long. Like, it's been less than a year, and like I saw Warhammer. You know, I started playing Warhammer 2, and streaming that, and I was like, wow, this is really fun to do this streaming and get people's reactions. And then Warhammer 3 came out, and traits are just worthless. Like, who even cares? And it, you know, like, oh, this spell is really strong, gotta nerf it. You know, everything's just got to be average. And it's like, that's like, if you want everything to be average, then you're like, you got to give the, you know, the players something to want to like play the game for. Just like in Skyrim, you know, you have certain, I mean, Skyrim's just first thing that came into my mind, but you know, you got to give people something to like work towards. Like, oh, this is really good, this is really good. And if you just give everybody something that's, yep, that's average, that's average, that's average, no one's gonna give a shit. And they keep doing that with everything. It seems like, anyway. I mean, hero traits, legendary lord defeat traits in Warhammer 3 are, for the most part, garbage. Miao Ying's is pretty good to get, but the other ones, it's just like, what's the point? They still have 2,000 troops. I think I needed to be a little more careful with my magic casting. I love Kugath. That's one thing that I would say I am in the minority with, is I love Kugath's faction. I think Kugath is really fun. It's not for everyone, you know, like, just the same how, like, you know, using Kairos to be a one-man killing machine in every battle as he gets leveled up. You know, that's not going to be everybody's forte. Like, not every single person is going to want to take the time to do that. They want to use the army. Same way, like, not everybody's going to want to do Nurgling spam with Kugath, but even the stream I did of him, of that campaign when Warhammer 3 first came out, I still really like Nurgle. Super fun. I love the Mortis engine abilities. It's so fun. Really, really enjoy Nurgle / Kugath. Alright, get up. And I think that's, along with that, Vekoma, is what they're struggling with, is they're trying to make everything the same for, you know, single player and multiplayer, and you can't fucking do that. Like, I've never played multiplayer. I've watched like 2 or 3 streams of, you know, bigger name people playing multiplayer, and I am, even them performing really, really well, I'm like, why would you play this? Like, this does not seem fun. Because the thing is, with multiplayer, like, you can set your own rules. So if something is overpowered, say, you know, they limit Soul Grinder. Like, Soul Grinders are really good. So, okay, just limit them. You can only have 2 Soul Grinders in your army instead of 20 of them, or 19 of them, or whatever, you know? Like, let the people in multiplayer decide those own rules because something's so overpowered. But don't do that to the single-player campaign. Oh, enemy archers are easy to deal with as Kugath. Artillery is a little bit of a problem. And so as Kugath specifically, that's why I don't get anything other than Nurglings, because you can get Kugath has a regeneration ability for Nurglings, and then there's another ability in his skill tree that provides regeneration for them. And if you blob up, they even as Nurglings, they have a ton of health, and so they eventually, as you get Kugath leveled up, even if you're in a blob and they shoot a bunch of arrows into your blob, they'll regenerate basically instantly. Or even if one of them does get nuked, you spend 200 or 300 gold or whatever it is to get another one, and you're good to go. Let's bring... he's on a disc. Let's bring him up. Oh shit, sorry. I thought I had it paused. Trying to think of what to do. Because these towers are pretty good. Tell you what, let's bring him up here. We're gonna destroy this wall. Or the gate, excuse me.
Blocking watcher.
But I know, I mean, it just kind of depends the play style, but I personally love Kugath. I think his faction has a lot of fun things at his disposal, mainly because, like, the same way, like, I think the AI looks at Kairos and this army, because I could take this army into the late game of blue horrors and just pink horrors, and the AI will look at that and be like, oh, that's garbage, and then Kairos gets like 2,600 kills because he's so good. And that's the same thing that happens with Kugath, is they don't expect a Nurgling army to be that good. Okay, why can't I destroy that wall? He's getting destroyed because I'm not paying attention. Siege attacker. Why can't I destroy gates? He can destroy gates. Why can't you? That's stupid. Alright. Alright. That's new.
On the way. Follow the way.
Aha! You guys are awesome.
We have moved.
Yeah, because he's got ammo. Good call. Good call. I had a brain fart there for a little bit.
Fates guide us.
I just need to get them off the walls so I can bring these guys up. Sure, the towers will be able to shoot my units a little bit.
Kairos, Fateweaver.
I think he meant mode. I think he meant mode, not mod. The latest I've gone in a campaign with Kairos is like turn 79, and I'm still using a blue horror army because they all have the arcane mirth ability, providing winds of magic. And since I never use units in with Kairos' army anyway, it's kind of like crap stacking. Like, what's the point of paying extra upkeep for units you're not going to use anyway when these are really super cheap? Yeah, in my other playthrough, Kairos, with his, he's got a Talisman of Preservation, he's got the Weird Plate providing like 14% ward save, plus his ability and his other resistances, other than spell resistance, his physical and his missile resistance is capped out when I use those abilities. Plus I have 3 Iridescent Horrors that have the Keymaster trait. It's the only trait I found in the game so far that's actually worth farming because it provides 10% barrier replenishment. So with the ward save, even when the ward save isn't active, later down the road, his barrier almost never gets depleted because it's constantly regenerating. They're only bringing 1 unit here, which I'm fine with.
At one. Yes.
Yeah, CA needs to cool it with the nerfing of things. They're doing it to traits, they're doing it to items. Like, what's the point? I've tried to think of ways. For a while, I really did try and think of ways, like, okay, they're doing this because this would make sense, or they're doing it to set something up, but it just doesn't make sense. Like, either bring back the quality of the traits, or make the legendary lords just be outrageously powerful to make up for it. Which Kairos is pretty powerful, but I mean he's like one of the few that is super overpowered. Korn is up there. Zhao Ming is, but Greasus, Scrag. Nakari can be somewhat of a Mortis engine to a certain extent if he causes mass routes around him in a blob, but that takes a little bit of microwing to do. The tech trees, I should say, are much better. I just want them to bring back older, the knowledgeable trait. I would like to come back, and honestly, like, I was in Livestream earlier today, and I put in a message. I didn't do a super chat, but I put in a message. Because at the time, the chat, we were talking about, people were waiting for Immortal Empires to bring in, like, the fun Warhammer 2 factions back in, and how we don't want, basically CA to do anything to them. But, I mean, the High Elves, like, they're super fun economically because of the Entrepreneur trait, which, if they've nerfed every other trait in the game, I don't see why they'll stop at the Entrepreneur trait. They've done it to Cunning a little bit. It has to be in a local-owned region now. They've done it to Knowledgeable already. They've done it to Confident. They've done it to Disciplined. I just don't... like, what's stopping CA from doing that because they're not listening to Legend. They're not listening to content creators like Legend or Dame, you know, on their ideas or suggestions on like, hey, why'd you do this? Change it back, please. And they just don't care. And so I'm afraid like. I'm afraid they're going to bring those factions in with a bunch of stuff reduced down, because they've already done it to Warhammer 3 races. So what would stop them? Discipline, it's okay. It's not what it used to be though. Yeah, but the farter trait is funny because it provides some speed. Yeah, I need to kill the Lord. Cause some leadership problems. The problem now is they've gotten so many supplies, if I destroy a tower, they're going to bump it up to tier 4 towers, and then they're going to... I won't be able to do anything about them. See what happens if I bring some units up here. Pull through. You're a giant frickin' entity. You come up here and snipe him. Take that route though. It's just peasant units, so the Soul Grinder should be okay.
Kairos, Fateweaver.
I think, because isn't Disciplined in Warhammer 2? It's 4, isn't it? It's not 2. I could be wrong, but I swear Discipline in Warhammer 2 is much better than in Warhammer 3. It is 2 and 2? Okay. I thought it was 4. Yeah, Infernal Dominance is really good. Oh shit. Yeah, he can't go bye-bye.
We have moved.
Neither can you. Alright, you don't have anybody up here.
Eternal Sclaya.
Good. Stops them from firing at me at least.
My wings spread.
recharge some barrier. Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. I just have a really bad feeling that they're going to nerf a lot of things. You know, I just don't see what's stopping them from doing it. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, I don't know. I hope they don't, obviously, but as of right now, there's nothing preventing them from doing stuff like that. You know what I mean? So we will, fingers crossed. I really hope they don't. Alright, you need to go and attack him. Bring you up. Yep, you're done. You're gonna die. I mean, that's the point. Like, it's a video game. Like, it should be fun, you know? Like, again, like, you can let people playing multiplayer decide, like, okay, like, you know, the soul grinders are really good. You can only have one in your army. You can't have more than one. You know, leave the things be as they are, and let the people playing, you know, let the people playing multiplayer dictate their own rules. It's much easier, in my opinion, to let people, you know, decide the rules for themselves instead of nerfing everything to the ground where it's not fun to begin with. But I don't know. Manon says that. Here's the problem I see CA maybe having. The Warhammer 3 creation team had a very different idea for the balance than the Warhammer 2 DLC team had, and the DLC team is now taking over. Yeah. Because I think, I mean, the DLC team, you know, all things considered, it's to make things fun. You know, like, that's the purpose of DLC, is to have it be fun. And they just don't do that, or, you know, like, the game isn't that, and so it's like, okay, like, you know, it's a lot of it's a lot of damage control right now. Sorry, I couldn't think of what I wanted to say. It's a lot of damage control right now. And I just hope it's not too late. I hope the DLC team has enough time to get things done and done right. Because it's not, you know, it's, even though it's up to the DLC team now to fix a lot of things, like, they're still under pressure to get stuff out, like, now. You know, it's not like they have all the time in the world to take their time, but at the same time, like, it needs to be good for people to come back to the game, so they need to rush it while at the same time do a good job with it. And so, I mean, obviously I'm not on the DLC team, so, like, I don't know things when it comes to that stuff, but I imagine it's not easy just cranking out DLCs. Alright. We gotta stop these guys from firing. We gotta do something. Yeah, we needed, like, 2 more levels up with Kairos, and we would have been fine. But that's good. That's what we want to see, is more mass routes. Or causing mass, you know, a lot of units routing. Tell you what. Ooh, no, they're gonna disintegrate. It's alright if we lose a few units. I'm not too worried about it. They're cheap. They're replaceable. Even the Chaos Furies. I don't need them really anymore at this point. That's a good blob. They should get a good... Whoa, what the hell was that? I wish you could do like a area of effect attack with them. Because that was awful.
Sci-fi!
We've killed about 600 more. The problem is he doesn't have a good line of sight. Like if I bring him in here, they're gonna focus on him, and he doesn't have a good line of sight to shoot anything. He needs like a downhill like line of sight, and he just doesn't have that. Even the blue and pink hordes here are having a hard time shooting the units on the walls. Ooh, I'll tell you what. You come down here. Alright. Because, yeah, they're just hitting this freaking wall.
Fight them.
It wasn't terrible. Don't disintegrate on him. Good, he's broken. I wonder. Just bring him in. That's gonna hurt.
I see the past and tomorrow.
Sorry, Dame. I hope you have a good rest of your night. I know it's... I do apologize. I know a lot of people, myself included, you know, it's obviously been a topic of discussion for a long time. So I do get that it's frustrating. Especially as a bigger content creator as yourself. I think this is actually kind of working.
Tzeentch bade it so. Yes.
Have a good one. As long as he doesn't die. I mean, we could... I mean, it wouldn't be great, obviously, but... even if we were to lose a bunch of blue horror units, I wouldn't be... like, oh no, you know, what are we gonna do? You come back down here. Come and attack him. You come and attack him. Because he's the one doing a bunch of damage to me now. Because we're causing just a mass rout against these guys down here. And he's done quite a bit of damage. Alright, get you guys to move up here. Good. Come on.
Disintegrate.
Behold my iridescence.
Good.
Attack.
Yep, just fight in a group.
At one.
Ooh, especially if we could get him to route, because the end of the map, or the end of the battle map, is right here.
Their fate will be dire. We foresaw their doom.
Come on, just get him to break. Come on. It's working.
Outside.
Alright, now come up here. And just run him off the battlefield. That's your job. Come on, what's your favorite unit in Warhammer 3 for now? Why would you do that? You just nuked half. Frickin' idiot. My favorite unit. What would my favorite unit be? I think that's the army losses. Woo! 2 hours later. I don't know if I have a chub for one particular unit. Slanesh, I would say, are the Heart Seekers. It's a cavalry unit. They're pretty good. Corn, Bloodthirst. I don't know. I like the Minotaurs of Corn. They are really, really good. The Corn Cows are pretty good. So I lost what, 5 units? That's okay. Nurgle, I like the Soul Grinders for Nurgle. Kairos. It's not this flamer. The Exalted Flamer isn't too bad. Cathay, I really like. Oh gosh, I like a lot of units with Cathay. Yeah, the Cathay is probably the hardest one to narrow down to a specific one. Just because they have so many good units. Because, like, their Peasant Archers are really good, you know, for their cost. Jade Warriors, you know, are decent. Their later tier stuff is obviously really good.
We need only the Emperor's love.
Good.
Kairos. Fateweaver.
Alright. And they're in no position to attack me.
Flickering fire.
Oh god. Skyjunk can go screw themselves.
Yes.
Or not Skyjunk, the lanterns. Oh god.
We witness.
And we are now unstoppable. Yeah. I'll give him that though.
Master, here.
Get rid of you.
I have scribed all of
Good.
time.
Save the money. I just use one. Well, I use two. I use one mod that does a. I talked about it earlier a little bit. But I do a legendary lore mod. So basically, anytime you recruit a unit, or you say Kairos fights Miao Ying or fights at a certain settlement, that's like lore focused. A little message pops up just explaining basically what it is. So you recruit a blue horror for the first time. It explains what a blue horror is, etc., etc. And that's just because I don't know much about the lore. So like right now, the Oracle of Tzeentch talking about Kairos, and it just talks about things that Kairos has done. I say little messages, but I mean they're very long messages. But it doesn't provide any faction things battle-wise or anything. Talisman of Endurance. It's literally just to help you learn a little bit. And when I started playing Total War Warhammer 2, I thought it was just a game. I didn't know it was kind of like Lord of the Rings that had like lore behind it. I just thought it was a game, so I started playing it because it looked cool. And then I do play the one with the one button respec mod, which is not like Warhammer 2 where you can infinitely do it. In this, it does cost you 1,000 gold and you can only do it once. However, I've never used it because confederating in this game is almost freaking impossible. But the reason I started using the one button respec mod in Warhammer 2, I can't remember the exact faction, but it was like thousands worth of gold. Numerous turns. It was Skaven. I recruited, or I confederated Tzeentch as I think it was Clan Pestilence, and I was just going on a giant confederation kind of run. I was at that point in the campaign, and so I was like, all right, I got the last one, Tzeentch, right? It's good to go. He had put like 14 points into the red line, and so I couldn't even use him. He was just completely useless.
To be honest, I'd rather be have my time.
And after that, I was like, never again. I'm not going to spend the time and effort in a campaign to get a confederation and then get, say, a legendary lord and then not even be able to use them. If I'm going to pump time, effort, and energy into getting somebody, I want to make it worth my time. And I know that's not for... not for everybody, but that's just for my peace of mind. Let's say you can't confederate Miao playing Zhao, but you must confederate. Oh, that's the thing. I've played as Zhao Ming. I confederated, or I killed the rebels. I confederated. I got lucky and confederated every single minor Cathay faction. The burning, whatever they are, like the red one, the burning ones, the loyalists, the burning gardens, or the imperial wardens, sorry, burning gardens, the loyalists. I got everybody, and I purposely let like some of her settlements get blown up, and she was down to one settlement. I had number 1 strength ranking. She herself had gotten like destroyed, and she still had like I will take that actually, and she still had like negative 90 some whatever relations against me, and I have done the threat. I haven't gotten the threat thing to work for me yet. I've flirted with it, I've save scummed and like all right, I'm gonna threaten you kind of thing, and then she still ended up not listening to my threat basically, and we went to war with each other, and then it tanked my reliability, but which yeah, I could use that cash. Which, again, I don't understand. Like, even, I know their strength ranking is okay, but, like, negative 47, like, what is the point of making confederations a fucking nightmare? Like, I don't understand at all. Like, I just don't understand. I see that it works to threaten her when you are around -40 Confederation chance. Okay, I actually really like playing as Zhao Ming. So I'll give him another go sometime and see if I can get it to work. I just pieced out with them. I would like to get a cultist. Yeah, I've noticed that with Greasus. Like, I just don't understand the point. Like, what is the point of making it so difficult to confederate? Like, I really just don't understand. Alright, we can... They're gonna keep recruiting anyway. We do have unlimited wins. So let's start heading down that way.
Keeper of the Destiny Scroll.
Like... And, like, I get they made, like, the strategic threat thing, like the great power penalty, like in Warhammer 2, and I get that and whatnot, but at the same time, like, I just... Like, what is the point of even... I get it makes sense, right, to have the power penalty, because, like, okay, like, you know, you're getting stronger, people are probably going to feel a little threatened. I totally understand it. But at the same time, like, what is... I honestly can't think of things that are a little more frustrating than when you're kicking ass in a campaign, you're doing everything right, and then, you know, someone that is a really useful person to get confederated will confederate with you because they see you as a threat, even though they're on the verge of death. They don't care because of the great power penalty in Warhammer 2. Like, it's just like, really, like, what am I doing wrong? And you're not doing anything wrong. It's just how the game is set up. All right, let's get the Storm of Fire, and then we'll start getting other things. Yep, money's always good.
I know all.
And she's back. We'll be able to kill her, I think, before reinforcements show up. And even if they don't, I'm fine with that. There's a mod that makes it significantly easier to confederate if you have plus 150 relations. This brings Warhammer's 3 confed mechanic behave the same way it did for Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2. Oh, that's very nice. We still have to get the relations up to kick in. Okay, that would be interesting to look into. Oh man, do you guys see what's about to happen? Which, thank you. I know it's been a while. Thank you all for sticking around. I really appreciate everyone sticking around. Those who came from Legends raid today. Yeah, you can't even bribe people in Warhammer 3. Not easily, anyway. This is the best map in the entire world playing as Kairos. This is why, even though Kairos has a kind of difficult start, it makes for some of the funnest campaigns. You guys see what's about to happen? This is the perfect map for Kairos. Because you just let her do her thing. Or like, even like this one. Oh yeah, like this map is amazing. Because if you're up there and for some reason they come over there, I've had them come out of the mountains in like this little crevice and they come through here. this map is amazing for vortex spells.
Very well.
We picked up 6 more. Yeah, I think I gained quite a few throughout the week as well. But yeah, we're at 187. We're getting closer to 200. Which, I mean, all things considered, since I have taken quite a break from streaming consistently, I'm very okay with those numbers. You know, at the end of the day, growth is growth, and it's. I mean, the thing is, like, my channel is still growing. It's much slower than I would like, sure. But considering how big of a flop Warhammer 3 was, I'm okay with where we're at. Because I was kind of expecting Warhammer 3 to be a huge flux of subscribers. Because, like, my work schedule, for those of you guys who are new, my work schedule is really bad in terms of streaming. So I live in Alaska, in the US, is where I'm from. And so when Legend is streaming, it is like 5:30 a.m. my time, which is, you know, great time to stream. Just because you can catch people in the US, you catch people in Europe. It's just a really great time. But by the time I get off in Europe, it's like midnight or 1 a.m. So during the week, it's really hard to reach a lot of people. So on the weekends is really my only time to be able to stream effectively. And so it's just, along with that, and with how much of a flop Warhammer 3 was, I'm just like, well, there's the big window of opportunity for me to grow my channel just went down the tubes, because nobody wants to play the game that I was expecting that was really going to help take off my channel. And that's the way it is. Can't do anything about it. But oh yeah.
We have moved. I know where to go.
We're gonna save up for an Infernal Gateway and get rid of those missile units.
Follow the way.
I need 2 more wins.
Very well.
I could have hidden my units too and made it even easier.
Spread. Flux, magic, lies, destiny. It is foreseen. Kairos, Fateweaver. On the way.
Not too bad.
Guide us. I know where to go.
And we'll just let our magic regenerate here a little bit.
I already
I don't know why the balance of power is so bad still. It's over.
fires of Tzeentch.
She'll go dragon mode.
It shall be. Like a sign. We hold.
It's really good, use it.
Non-silence. We are eternal.
And you're all dead.
We have moved.
Chad says, I just started some campaigns of Warhammer 2. Do you have any race to recommend besides Escape? And I like them, but I don't like that you need to gather food all the time. High Elves are a really good, fun race to... Oh, don't die. To use. Good. Yeah, High Elves are really fun. Beastmen are really fun. They're kind of a they're a fairly easy race to use. It's really hard to mess up a Beastman campaign. Really on any difficulty in my experience. But yeah, Beastmen have a lot of fun mechanics after their update that just make it really enjoyable. I'm trying to think. Yeah, High Elves, Beastmen. Can't go wrong with the Empire. They're pretty. They're good at. They're kind of good at everything, like the Empire. They got. Their lords are good. They have access to all of the winds of, or the lores of magic. They got good artillery. They got good basic missiles. Demigryphs are pretty good. But yeah. I overall, in my experience, any faction, play a faction that has a fun game, like a good faction mechanic. That's one thing I am glad that CA has implemented, is that most factions, if not every faction, I believe, has some form of faction mechanic. You know, like the ogres have the meat mechanic. Both Cathay factions have the caravans. Khorne has his skull throne, grimoires for Tzeentch. Slaanesh has, you know, all those things. Like, as long as you're just not playing a campaign just to, like, play it, and you like, even though it's a sandbox experience kind of thing with you know, Mortal Empires, it's still nice to kind of be working towards something and not just going through the motions. So I mean, if anything, like, start a few campaigns. I guess for Beastmen, Torax has a really fun mechanic with his rampaging. Malagor is really good. High Elves, I would recommend Eltharion or Alethanar. Trying to think of what else. Yeah, Dark Elves have slaves. But yeah, find a. I think the biggest thing is find a faction that you enjoy their play style, and then from there find a faction that you enjoy their faction mechanics. Because that was my biggest thing with Warhammer 2 was even though Tyrion is really good, I never really played as Tyrion because he doesn't really have a faction mechanic, and so I actually found Tyrion to be super, super boring as a faction. I just did not really, like, it was fun, it was enjoyable because it was High Elves, but I never was, like, you know, super hyped for it.
Kairos, Fateweaver.
Okay, here we go. That'll help him. Barrier replenishment, that'll be really good. And wins a magic cost.
All is in
But yeah,
flux.
I could be wrong. I mean, feel free, anyone else and still watching, feel free to help
To be honest, I'd rather be
chats
rebel,
out with
but you
some
have
suggestions. But
Are you?
yeah,
You come.
that's my 2 cents.
The spoilers.
All right. We have truly reached almost unlimited power. I mean, we have gotten unlimited power with him. But he's still getting even stronger.
Interference will cost you your life.
Pyrrhic. Ha. Yeah, it's a lot of it. A lot of it depends on the play style. Which, for me, for example, I found the doors to be boring as fuck. Everybody else is fun at some degree. Yeah, like, for me, I'm typically, like, I struggle with Khorne campaigns because, like, Scarbrand, you want to be, there are very, Scarbrand's very, very aggressive, and I'm very, like, passive and whatnot. So, like, for me, I don't find a lot of enjoyment for dwarves, but I like dwarves because my playstyle fits into the dwarven playstyle. Same with the Empire. Like, I like artillery, I like missiles, and all of that stuff really, really works for my playstyle. They should. I guess it's probably not on sale anymore. I know a while ago they had a sale on stuff, but it's probably done with now. I don't think they have the army ability to blow stuff up, but in case they do, we'll stay spread out. And then we'll put him in the middle because there's a giant blind spot here.
We have my wings split.
But yeah, CA being CA, they refused, you know. I mean, I've had people come on the chat before and ask, like, oh, you know, what would you recommend? The problem now is there's so many factions because the game's been out for so long and CA charges full price for Warhammer 2 still. But almost every single faction has so many DLC that some factions within those races need the DLC to make it fun. For example, the Skaven, if you don't have Icket Claws DLC, you will not like Skaven because you won't have the weapons teams. You'll still have the plate claw catapults and whatnot, but I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that Icket Claws or Skaven fun is in the weapons teams. I really hate that you can't go underneath it. I get why it's there, but it's really frustrating. Alright, do that and then that.
Yes.
So that'll make it go back down. Good.
Hold power.
But yeah, in terms of like trying a new race, I mean, if you just want to snowball really fast, Beastmen are the way to go. It is. You do have to be a little careful, especially in case you lose your Herdstone. But for the most part, it's almost impossible to severely screw up a Beastman campaign. In my experience, like, you almost have to purposely get your armies nuked for some reason, just because their armies are so strong. You have the ambush ability, you know, you have the ambush stance in your basic movement. I mean, it's just, their units are really strong. They're almost all their legendary lords are really freaking strong. Malagor is a one-man doom stack. Torox is a one-man doom stack. Morgur is a one-man doom stack. Kazrak is even good in his own way. So it's just, all in all, with Beastmen, it's really hard to mess a Beastman campaign up. Because like Skaven, you and a lot of, I mean, it's kind of like basic information. in my opinion, as you would expect, but play into a faction's, you know, a faction or a race's strengths. There's a lot of people, like I'll see in like other streamers' chats and whatnot, you know, talk about, you know, like say like Bretonia, for example. So Bretonia has really strong cavalry. So you want to utilize their cavalry, but then people will ask, you know, hypothetically, they'll be like, well, why don't you use like a combination of cavalry and spearmen? And it's because their spearmen are absolute dog shit. Like, I hate Bretonia. Like, I think their faction is super boring, so I don't play them. But even if I were to play them, I wouldn't use their spearmen or any of their infantry units, like, at all. I would just go full cavalry. There is no positives to using their infantry. But, I mean... and I think, really, I mean, it makes sense to me that you would do that, but, I mean, some people may just want to do it for, like, the lulz and be like, yeah, I used a all-infantry army playing as Bretonia, and, you know, like, okay, that's fine, but then don't sit there and complain when your armies are doing awful because you're using melee infantry for a faction that utilizes cavalry, kind of thing. But to his or her own, you know, play as you like, but I mean, it would be like the AI, like going against the greenskin AI, and then the greenskin AI not recruiting black orcs because they don't feel like it. You know, for example. Alright, their only balance of power is Miao Yang, so let's take a trip over here and we'll just sniper. Because she'll stay in dragon form and she can't heal herself in dragon form. And we'll be able to constantly cast it. You frickin' break. That'll get rid of you, you turds. Oh, is she chasing me? She sure is. Yeah, we just need to get rid of Miao Ying, which she's got quite a bit of health. They're on the front side of it, so then we'll pop it down right there. There are ways to get around not being able to cast down on walls. Doesn't do a direct hit, but it does something rather than nothing. Yeah, I can't wait till I get more iridescent horrors so these spells do more damage. It's just gonna take time to kill her. So what is she at? 48, 41. If they all hit, does about 500 a pop. And we can just let our magic keep generating. It only costs 3 wins of magic. We'll never run out of magic using this spell. I would argue that later on, like when he's ranked 50 and you have a few iridescent horrors and it does more damage, you could just use the blue fire of Tzeentch and wipe out a whole army. You know, if you were in a siege kind of like this. She's actually wasting my, because what's he up to now when he does that? 64% ward save? Just need to make sure we get back to 6 wins. We'll always be able to get back to 6. That one missed. Alright, just back up a little bit. That way, I don't want him to take any, because we don't have Light Bloom. Come on, that one missed. She's not moving. There it goes. One more should kill her. If it hits. There we go. And that should be the army losses. Yep. And that should be the end of Miao Ying. Just started a Norska camp. Ooh. What difficulty do you play on, Giovanni? And are you playing as Throg or Wolfric? Because that will determine what I would suggest doing. I've played a few Norska campaigns, not in any great detail, just because they aren't the funnest for me personally.
But do not honor.
No.
Kairos, Fateweaver. It shall be.
Take that down. And we'll sell it to these guys. That's good. Hard, and Wolfric. Okay. Oh. So if you're just starting, so I can't think of the name of the settlement, but it's the settlement like right to the right of your starting one. Use that as a sack city for a little bit. But keep tabs on the faction you start at war with. So like Wolfric's at like along the water, right? And then there's like a mountain range. Turn 5, you know, at 5 or oh shit. Okay. Okay. I mean, if you're already that far, you could keep trying to. Yeah, we gotta get rid of these. We don't need them anymore. I mean, at that point, you could start just getting the other. I guess. Okay. So what I've done with Norska is I focus on getting Wolfric or Throg leveled up, and let the other factions like do all the building kind of thing. because you don't make a lot of money as Norska. So you focus on getting your army super strong,
We agree.
and then worry about the confederations at that point.
There is no scheming like
But if you're already like that far in, I would I'd focus on getting confederations, but also depending on Wulfric's level, I would make sure Wulfric is ready to handle some invasions, because I imagine you're probably meeting some other factions at this point, or about to, and they'll still, even on hard difficulty, they'll come
there
and
is no
attack you. So, hey David, welcome to the stream. Right.
It's me.
Now I just need to be putting the smackdown on these guys.
Dragonborn is blasted.
That way the Dreaded Woe really likes me, as well as the Kurgans,
Take what's there.
because I want
To
a
be
defensive
honest, I'd
alliance with
rather
them.
Oracle of Tzeentch.
I herald change. I herald
That way he can transfer the units over. Well,
to me.
do I need 2 more?
In the scintillating eve, we have seen
Ah, fuck. Damn it. No, I don't need them. That was just to get the extra money. Playing essentially has Fateweaver in the game of yours. Yeah, Norska is always tricky because it's such a different campaign than what other campaigns are. Because Norska is the only territory you can really hold onto and grow, and you're just going out there and pillaging and raiding. So it's just really, really tricky. But just from experience, if and when you get like Norska under control, whatever area you go to, say Ulthuan, or Nagarond, or whatever capital you're going to, go all in. Don't, if you have more than one army, or even just one army, just go all in on it. Don't spread your forces out. Because typically what I've done is I would take Wulfric and let him go out and do some destruction, and then keep one army kind of around in Norska where Bretonia or whoever I'm meeting seems to constantly be coming in and attacking me, just so they can kind of deal with it. Oh, cool, we got a Keymaster. Because you don't want to be off pillaging and raiding and unlocking technologies, and then be having your
Enter then.
your
after
home
retreat?
base
A
being
fist
destroyed by whoever it may be. Usually it's Bretonia, and Lewin being a douchebag. Alright, we're going to come up here and take Pomai next turn.
unaware they are.
And yep, we're going to get Storm of Fire very soon.
The fates cry out.
Yeah, we can upgrade that. Campaign's going pretty well, I'd say. We're about to go on a rampage of Cathay here. In one of these, we need to build the garrison, or the protection building, because I don't want to worry about a rift opening up.
I serve
These guys are doing much better than they did last time. But yeah, definitely do not send Wulfric out. Don't send Wulfric out and about if he's not ready to be out and about, if that makes any sense. Don't send him out there trying to kill or rampage something if you're on the fence of like, I don't know if he gets in this situation, I don't know if he's gonna win. If you don't know that he can win going up against a certain race or a certain faction, you're just wasting your time.
Always ready for a headbutting contest.
Well, I'll keep beating the piss out of these guys and they'll like me more for it. How's Cash? It's surprising me this time that you don't hear his walking in the background. Oh, he's here. He's right by me. I was outside a lot yesterday. I mowed the yard and played with him a little bit. And so he when he has days like that, he just gets super, super tired. Oh no! Blimey! Oh, you guys about... How many forces does... You guys are about to see Kairos just have a heyday here. What's the map look like? It should be a heroic victory, depending on what the balance of power is once we get into the actual fight. Oh yeah, easy peasy. But yeah, he's been good. Got a haircut a few weeks ago. About a week ago, I think. So, he's good. The only reason it's dark in this room I'm in is because I have the curtains pulled, or else in Alaska right now, we are in the summer months where we don't see nighttime. From like the end of October through about March, probably about the first week of April actually, we won't see daylight except for like 2 hours in the day. But then in the summertime we have eternal light. But while this finishes loading, I'm gonna go run to the restroom, so I will be right back, guys. Cash, get down. Now he must have heard you talking, Shaz, because he's here and out and about now. But alright, I will be right back, guys, just one moment. George is about 1 to 2 hours of night here in Finland too. Yeah, the somewhat darkest it ever gets is at like, yeah, it should be a heroic victory. Look at that. It's probably at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and it looks like, if you're from the U.S., it kind of looks like a, like, it's not even like a sunset. It kind of looks like a 2 or 3 o'clock afternoon time in terms of sunlight. Fun fact for when you do a siege like this against Cathay, if you put your units here, they'll obviously come over here, and playing as Kairos, they'll put a bunch of units in this little gap, and they can't really run away from a Tzeentch's firestorm. You shall see. More of them will come, I promise you. Yep, there they are. Then you pop this baby down. David says, and I'm loving your YouTube dream after you play Kayla Vapor. I tried to do Pellicor. I'm not sure what you mean, David. Sorry. Yeah. But I'm glad you're. I'm trying to make YouTube a thing. For those who don't know, I'm in about a month. I am getting married, and then my fiance and I are also expecting. And so it would be really nice to be able to work from home, but you know, gotta actually get the channel growing a little bit first. But I don't have any disbelief that the channel won't continue to grow. We just got to keep it growing. That would mess up my sleep schedule. Do you use? Yeah, we have dark curtains everywhere in the house to limit the light. It's really not that bad for me anyway. My fiance hates it, but for me, I really don't mind it. For me, it's something you get used to. Because this thing is, like, she doesn't mind the summers because it's always light, and she really likes the sun, where I'm not a huge fan of it. But in the wintertime, I like the dark, and in the wintertime, it's dark like 22 hours out of the day. So, but all in all, it's just something you get used to, because you still get tired, you know, as you typically would. You know, you work a full day. You'll get tired, and you just kind of like, yep, it's 11 o'clock and it looks like it's 1 in the afternoon kind of thing. It's not a culture thing, but it's kind of like culture shock, because like you hear people talking about it, like when we moved up here last year. And you're like, oh, you know, how, like, it'll get dark, you know, it can't be that bad, and it really doesn't. It stays, I mean, you could have a 24-hour party the whole week, and you would never know that a day went by, because it does not get dark. But yeah, that's cool. I kind of figured like Finland, Norway, stuff is fairly similar, just because of globally where, you know, both, in my case, state and then countries are kind of positioned.
The winds of change. Flux, magic, lies, destiny.
But yeah, it's really, it's definitely, it takes time getting used to, but once you're used to it, you're just like, eh, you know, you're like, okay.
Fates guide us.
I will say it. So I work for FedEx Express, And so in the summertime, you know, if we have a super long day at work, it's really not that big of a deal because it's so bright out. Like you very easily lose track of time working this job because, you know, you're expecting like later in the day for it to get dark, and then it never does. But then in the wintertime, when it's light out, finally at like 11 a.m., and then the sun's down before 2, you're like, oh, you know, like the days just drag on and on and on. Because you're like, why is the day not over? It's been dark for like 6 hours. Like, what's going on?
The Raven God's will.
But yeah, I think, ooh, that's a money right there. I think Darth Fateweaver is a good name because he has unlimited power. He, you know, is a schemer just like Darth Sidious, and I would say that, you know, Kairos is a little more schemy than Sidious ever was. Not that he wasn't a scheming turd, but yeah, let's get rid of some high tier units. Yep, there's one that we need to get rid of. Yeah, we got tons of magic. Let's just come over here and let's just let our magic regenerate a little bit. It'll help once we get some more iridescent horrors and get some locus of conjuration, I think is what it's called, just to speed up this whole process. Because now when I was playing the other campaign, I was like, wow, like I don't know how well this campaign will perform, because it's kind of like the vampire count campaign. You know, if you're doing the skelly spam, because like once you've seen it kind of thing, right? But and then like when you are first getting like unlimited magic as Kairos, you're like, wow, this is really cool. But then you're like, okay, it's the same thing every time. But then like you're just like, oh, these battles take forever because you have to wait, you know, for your magic to regenerate and all that. But towards the later campaign, you're regenerating magic. You're regenerating, excuse me, magic faster than you can actually spend it. Assuming, you know, you have some iridescent horrors and you get the arcane myrrh ability and everything, like you get wild heart as well as a passive, you know, when you're casting, and it just, you're regenerating so much. It makes this process so much faster. That's not really worth it. Plus, we'll get some better items eventually too. That'll give them more ward save. Jade Warriors are actually good to nuke.
The Raven God's will. Fates guide us.
Come on. There we go. Alright, they're gone. Plus 2, eventually we'll be able to, if we really wanted to, we can overcast Infernal Gateway and Firestorm and basically any spell, and it'll just delete anything. And you're like, oh, it can't be that good, but it definitely can be that good. And it's fun to watch. Look at that. Just need to make sure life leeching is staying active so we get the extra wins. Oh. Shit, I missed my window. That'll be good. 2 units of Jade Warriors is a good target. And they got hit before they could escape. Yeah, you gotta be careful of those towers. Oh yeah. We're at 900 kills and we still have 2,000 units to go. We won't have to kill all 2,000 obviously, but we definitely could if it needed to happen. Alright, what do they have up here? Jade, Peasants, Celestial, okay. Yeah, just come over here like I said I was gonna do. Let our magic regenerate, let his barrier regenerate a little bit. And he took a little damage. These towers are so freaking good. Oh, get over here. And blind spot. There we go. Balance of power is finally in our favor. Just a little bit. That's just to get magic regenerated. So if you look and see, we were at 10. It took us down to 6. So if I let it go, what do we get up to? I think we'll get up to 12. Yeah. So we need to use some... the blue fires are just cheaper. So we'll get more return on our investment. Yeah. That's just too good. Too good to pass up. And he's gonna walk right into it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Those don't matter. Wouldn't be a bad idea either to snipe the general just for the leadership debuff to these guys. Plus, it's a good use of the blue fire of Tzeentch. We'll get 3 wins of magic. Well, I mean, we still have stuff in reserve, so we're not going to run out at this point.
Follow the web.
I think he used the cloaking thing on himself.
Fates
Yep, there he is.
guide us. I know where to go.
Come on, just takes him forever to cast this spell. That's what I hate.
Fly us there.
You know, compared to the other ones,
Very well.
it just takes him forever. All right, we need to get back over here because too many Too many towers, too many missile units are shooting at us if we come too far in. And we don't have life bloom, so we need to be a little smarter about that.
Agree. We went there. Follow the way.
Doesn't help either that he keeps using the speed debuff against us.
On the way.
We're almost out of magic, technically.
Spread. We went there.
That was a good cast.
Foresee.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely want to get out of range of those guys. But in the meantime, we can keep sniping these guys and regenerating our magic. Because, yeah, we're technically out. Technically. But
We went there.
Kairos is pulling winds from the future.
We hold power.
That was really good.
Where to go? The winds of change.
Yeah, we need to get missile resistance soon. Just to help himself out.
Foresee. Moved. Follow the web. Flux, magic, lies, destiny. My wings spread. On the way. I know where to go.
Infernal Gateway, so also, you know, both of the Infernal Gateway and Tzeentch's Firestorm is obviously both really good. But in my opinion, once you technically run out of Winds of Magic, you want to be using Infernal Gateway because, as we've seen, the AI is very unlikely to dodge it, and they will dodge the Firestorm, and you only have unlimited Winds of Magic as long as you can keep casting something. So if I mess up and I only have one Winds of Magic that drops down, I can't cast anything, we're out of magic. Even with life leeching.
Fates guide us. Follow the web. Fires of Tzeentch. On the way.
Plus, it's getting us a few kills. And the more magic we regenerate, I guess, helps our balance of power, too.
We went there. We hold power. The winds of change.
Excuse me. Alright. Look at that. Ooh. If we had more magic, that'd be a good Infernal Gateway right there. We'll get more. Just gonna take some time. But this is what I mean too. As you guys can see, I mean, you could, if you had the patience, much like using rune magic, you could use the blue fire of Tzeentch to wipe out an entire, you know, army. You know, if certain conditions were met. This also, I think, going back to, I think it was Vacoma earlier who asked if the AI, like when playing against Tzeentch, if the AI uses, actually uses magic to, you know, increase the like battle abilities. And I think I will say, like, and I would kind of be able to prove this pretty easily now. The fact that Cathay continuously keeps casting, you know, the cloaking spell or whatever you want to call it when they don't have any arcane conduits whatsoever. Granted, they don't have any army abilities that obviously keep needing magic to be rebooted, but at this point they would have run out of magic, but yet they keep casting stuff. So I don't think it's the AI spending magic for Tzeentch. It's just the timer, which I think it's like, what, one is 90 or 100 seconds and the other one is 120. But you just have to really make sure when going up against Tzeentch that you aren't blobbing, especially later in the campaign or whenever you see them have that army ability. You want to avoid blobbing as much as possible against Tzeentch. 1,000 left. I bet we'll still get a close victory just because of how much how much magic we spent. We can't cast Infernal Gateway unless we have 16 winds of magic, which we do have.
Flux, magic, lies.
That way we can still cast the blue fire.
Follow the web.
That way we can get rid of some of these smaller damaged units.
We have moved. On the way. The Raven God's will.
Oh look, we can use this one.
Science of
It doesn't work. I think the arcane surge part, like the power recharge works, but the reserves per second doesn't work. Because it's definitely putting it back into the pool faster. So it's just like a part of it doesn't work, which is weird.
flies.
I don't, you know, I'm not a programmer, so I don't know how that technically works, where half of it works.
We have moved.
Because we'll be able to, we've cast so much magic at this point, in theory, we'll be able to use this endlessly. Because we've spent so much. There's over 2,000. I bet we'll have to kill, I'd say probably another 300 of them before the armor losses triggers. Which we could kill these 3 units and it might do it.
We went there.
Excuse me.
The winds of change. Flux magic.
Which, yep. Let's get to 16 and then we'll pop it down. Which we may not actually get there on this. We might have to cast one more blue fire. Yep. It's so good. Or even. How much is the content? As long as we're in range, he'll cast it. There we go. Yeah, that helped quite a bit. And we got rid of what unit? Peasant archers. Yeah. Plus, by them shooting us and whatnot, it is hurting their balance of power. Just make sure they don't get rid of our barrier and start doing some actual damage to us. But yeah, they'll keep casting the speed hex on me too. There's no way that both of us have endless winds of magic. So. Think that's the army losses? Oh. 2,200 kills. Light day on the
Very well.
on the pay scale for Kairos. I think the most I've gotten with him is 2,900 so far in a fight. There we go, heroic. So he'll get tons of experience in this fight. Heroic victory, he killed at least 2,200. And the game will spread out the last, 800 or so. So I wonder how many he'll actually end up ending with. Siege barriers OP, people, please nerf. Hey, I mean, they, CA said they fixed the infinite magic exploit, but, maybe that's something they're just never going to fix. That's just going to be the one thing they never properly fix, just to give the community some hope that, you know, they're gonna leave some, quote, fun in the game. Just occupy. Get rid of you.
Kairos, Fateweaver.
Alright, 2 turns and we'll get that. Got 4 levels up. Alright, and we're going to do Life Bloom and Wild Heart.
Another node to the next.
It's just going to be more magic for us.
You serve
Actually,
eternal.
recruit 2 more. Did we do diplomacy with him?
Always
Yes, we
ready
did.
for
Okay.
a
Yeah, we shouldn't, knock on wood, have to worry about them attacking me. Shouldn't. How am I? I'm actually going to hang on to. Just because it has 2 resources. And resources that, going back to earlier, resources are a very good thing for Tzeentch. So let's move on. Staff of Change is useless. I may be using it wrong, but in my opinion, it's not worth it. I want to get some more iridescent horrors, so I will start building some of those. Alright, he just needs to keep playing catch up. Alright, get rid of you. Yeah, we just need to leave 1 open. Good, and we got another arcane conduit. Every level up that we get, it's just gonna be. I just really fucking hate fighting the gates. They're so annoying. Oh god, they're just so annoying. Luckily, they didn't build the supply building for the Dragon Gate, which is good. Because I do. So I actually, for Kairos, I get his magic and then go almost everything down his blue line. I don't use any of his red line at all. It's just, you never really use his troops, so what's the point? That's tier 3. I could transfer that to myself down the road. But yeah, if you guys play Tzeentch again, if you like trait farming, because I mean I like to, Keymaster is the one you want. The barrier replenishment rate 10%, really really good. I imagine at some point there is a cap, so I wouldn't say, you know, you don't need like 19 Keymaster heroes for, you know, I imagine kind of like the campaign movement range, at some point it will cap. Because 1 Keymaster is 10%, so we'll have 10%, plus 25 is 35, and and my other one I had 3, so I have. I don't know what the base percentage it is, but the replenishment rate and the delay is really good. Okay, let's.
Welcome.
Why? Why don't you want a?
Of those you rip. Your slaughter.
Speak!
Empower magics.
His army is there for backup. Right. Like, his army is there in case you accidentally mess up and, like, spend all of your winds of magic, and you're like, oh, shit, I actually need, you know, my army. Yeah, we want to use this. We'll get 500 grimoires because of it.
Of the distant.
So we won't actually take this turn, because that's how many do they got? They got 2, so they got 8 units somewhere. I ended up getting the mod that lets you auto-resolve quest battles. Like the soul fragment ones. I fought the final battle once, and screw that noise. It's that bad. I've never fought it yet. I tried watching Legends video on it, of, you know, like how fast you can, or how easy it really is. I just don't have the desire to really do it, I guess, if that makes sense. This will be good for experience. We do have Life Bloom now, as well as Wild Heart. Reinforcement time. But I think I'm going to end it there, because this one's just going to be... I may even actually fight it in my own time, and then come back to this. I think I am going to stream this again. I don't know when. I'm hoping on Tuesday. But I'm having fun with it. I hope you guys are. I hope those that came and stuck around from Legends raid today, I hope you guys enjoyed it, and you'll come back and watch me again. I don't think anyone else is streaming, but I will check. No, it says you need a very specific army. Doesn't I say Be'lakor has a bunch of soul grinders, right? From like each faction, different types of soul grinders. Get down, Cash. Yep, nobody else is streaming Warhammer 3, but me. So yeah, thank you again, guys, for coming by and sticking around. I hope you again enjoyed it, and I hope to see you all again, hopefully soon. And until then, I hope you have a good week, and I will see you guys